The blood on the marble is still warm. Livia Marcella is 20-6 years old. She kneels beside her husband's body, and she can feel the warmth soaking through the silk of her stole. The fabric clings to her skin. Heavy, wet, the smell hits her next. Metal, copper, iron, blood mixed with the perfume she put on this morning. She chose that scent for a dinner that will never happen. Beyond the walls of the imperial bedchamber she hears boots. Hard boots. Hobnail lead soles striking stone in perfect rhythm. Not one man. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Moving with purpose. Moving fast. Her stomach tightens. She understands. 17 minutes ago she was Augusta, Empress of Rome, wife of Gaius Aurelius Maximus, the most powerful woman in the known world. She commanded a household of 3,000 people. Slaves. Servants. Officials. She received ambassadors from Parthia. She listened to petitions from senators. She wore imperial purple that no other woman was allowed to touch. She ate from gold. She slept on silk brought from the far edges of the world. Now she kneels in blood. The men who killed her husband are taking control of the palace. And she understands something with terrifying clarity. The purple she wears is no longer protection. It is a target. The bedchamber door opens. A man steps inside. Tall, broad shoulders, around 40-5 years old. He wears the armor of the Praetorian Guard. Over it, a red cloak. The mark of a prefect. She knows his face. She has seen him at official ceremonies. At morning salutations. At state dinners where soldiers talk strategy over wine and roasted peacock. Lucius Cassius Nerva. Until 17 minutes ago he was sworn to protect her husband with his life. Now he studies her like an object. Not with joy. Not with cruelty. With calculation. The look of a man deciding what to do with a piece of the old regime that now belongs to him. Augusta, he says. The word sounds strange in his mouth, like he is testing whether it still applies. My condolences on your husband's sudden illness. Illness. She looks down at the body beside her. The stab wounds in the chest. The gashes in the abdomen. The cuts on her husband's hands where he tried to block the blades. Blood pooled across half the floor. Illness. That is what the Senate will be told, Nerva continues calmly. The emperor was struck by a sudden fever. The physicians failed. His passing was peaceful. Peaceful. He named Titus Flavius Gaius as his successor with his final breath. Livia looks up slowly. My husband hated Gaius, she says. He planned to prosecute him for treason. Nerva steps closer. His boot sleeve red prints in the blood. Which is why we acted first. Gaius, he explains, is 3 days' march from Rome with the Pannonia legions. When he arrives, the city will be calm. Orderly. The transition, complete. He will be grateful, Nerva says. Grateful to the men who murdered the emperor. And me? Livia asks. She forces her voice to stay steady. What happens to the emperor's widow? Nerva smiles. It is not a kind smile. That depends, he says, on how cooperative you are, how useful you prove to be, and how much trouble you cause during the interregnum. Interregnum, the space between reigns. The dead turn. 70-2 hours. Nerva continues. Perhaps a little more. During that time the Praetorian Guard controls Rome. We control the palace. We control everything inside these walls. The meaning settles in her chest like ice. 3 days. 3 days where the man who killed her husband controls her life. What do you want? She asks. Information, Nerva says. The emperor kept records. Lists. Evidence. Plans. Things that would be dangerous if discovered. I need to know where they are. And if I tell you, then you demonstrate cooperation. And if I don't, Nerva's expression does not change. But his eyes do. Then you demonstrate the opposite. And the god has traditions for dealing with the households of fallen emperors. He lets the silence speak. I am sure, he adds, you would prefer to avoid those traditions. I need time, Livia says. You have until midnight. He turns to leave, then pauses. One more thing. Your stepdaughter is being taken to the guard's quarters for questioning, along with 3 women from your husband's private household. He looks back at her. Their treatment, he says, will depend on the same thing as yours. Cooperation, or its absence. The door closes. Locks slide into place. She hears guards take position outside. She hears the palace being secured by men who now serve a new master. She has 8 hours. 8 hours to survive. And what you are about to learn was never written into Rome's official histories. The historians recorded who gained power, who lost it, which men were executed, which were exiled. They tracked titles, property, political factions. But they rarely explained what happened to imperial women in the hours after an emperor died. Widows simply retired. Concubines disappeared. No details. Tonight, you will learn what really happened during those hours. What you're about to hear is the part the historians left out on purpose. They loved writing about politics. They loved writing about speeches in the Senate. They loved listing names, winners, losers. But when it came to women inside the palace, the ink went dry. A widow would be described in one clean sentence. She withdrew from public life. That line sounds peaceful. It sounds gentle. It sounds safe. It was none of those things. Because between an emperor's death and the arrival of the next ruler, Rome entered a gap. A pause. A vacuum. And in that vacuum, the Praetorian Guard became the law. Not the Senate. Not the courts. Not tradition. Men with swords. Men who controlled the gates. Men who controlled the corridors. Men who controlled the women. This gap had a name. The interregnum. And everyone in the palace understood what that word really meant. It meant the rules were suspended. It meant the old oaths were dead. It meant the god could take what it wanted as long as the city stayed quiet. It was never written down. It didn't need to be. It was passed from soldier to soldier like a dirty joke. It was passed from servant to servant like a warning. It was passed from woman to woman like a prayer you say through clenched teeth. Livia knew the stories. Every woman at court knew them. They were told in whispers behind curtains. They were denied in public, then confirmed in private. After Caligula died, people said his wife was killed. But not quickly, not cleanly. After other emperors fell, their women were distributed. That was the word, distributed. Like property, like furniture, like wine. The official histories never used that word. But the palace did. And now that word was crawling toward Livia like a living thing. She stands slowly, her knees stiff from the marble. Her stole is heavy, blood minus soaked. Cold now. She looks at her husband's face. His eyes are half open. His lips are pale. He looks surprised, as if part of him believed this could never happen. Livia does not cry. Not because she feels nothing, but because crying is useless. Right now, grief is danger. She wipes her hands on the edge of her robe. The blood smears like paint. She forces her mind to work. Nerva wants records. He wants lists. He wants proof. And she knows exactly where those records are. Her husband trusted her. He spoke to her like a partner. He showed her things he never showed senators. He believed she was smarter than most of them. So she knows what Nerva is hunting. And she knows why those papers matter. But she also knows something else. Information is leverage. If she gives him everything, she becomes useless. And useless women do not survive the interregnum. So she needs to move. She needs to get to the records first. She needs to decide what to hand over, and what to keep as a knife hidden behind silk. She looks at the bedchamber exits. The main door is blocked. She hears guards outside. She hears their armor shift when they move. But there is another door, small, hidden, covered by a tapestry. Her husband used it when he wanted to move unseen, to avoid crowds, to avoid spies, to reach his private study without witnesses. The god might not know it exists, or they might. She cannot assume anything. She crosses the room. The marble is slippery. Blood clings to her sandals. She lifts the tapestry. Her fingers find the latch. A small metal catch her husband showed her years ago with a quiet smile. The door opens without sound. Behind it is a narrow passage lit by oil lamps. The air is stale. Quiet. She steps inside and closes the door. For the first time since the knives went in, she is not being watched. And that feeling almost breaks her. But she does not stop. She moves fast. The passage twists through the hidden guts of the palace. Servers' quarters. Storage rooms. Slave sleeping quarters. Places the elite never see. Places that keep the palace alive. She hears muffled voices behind walls. Servants still working. Cooks still preparing food. Life continuing because people are afraid to admit what has changed. She reaches the private study. No windows. Thick walls. The kind of room built for secrets. The cabinet is there. Cedarwood. Locked. Her husband designed this lock himself. Not with metal keys. With a pattern. A sequence only a few people knew. Livia's hands shake, but she remembers. Left, right. Press. Lift. The lock clicks. The cabinet opens. Inside are scrolls and tablets stacked in neat order, each marked with codes. She scans them fast. Evidence against SEIS. Lists of senators. Reports from spies. Useful. Dangerous. But then she sees one code that makes her breath stop. The guard. Not rumors. Not gossip. Numbers. Payments. Missing funds. Signatures. Proof that Nerva has been stealing from his own soldiers. She grips the scroll like it is a sword. Because she knows soldiers. Not the speeches they make. The truth underneath. A soldier can forgive murder if it brings rewards. A soldier can forgive betrayal if it brings money. But a soldier does not forgive theft from his own pocket. If the common men of the god learn their prefect has been skimming their donations, Nerva will not be protected by his cloak or his title. They will tear him apart themselves. That scroll is leverage. Real leverage. She pulls it out. Then she finds two more. Messages. Contacts. Proof that Nerva spoke with SEIS before night. Proof this assassination was planned. That is bigger. More dangerous. That kind of proof could stain the next emperor forever. She takes them anyway. Now she hears footsteps outside. Close. Multiple men. Moving with confidence. They know the passage. Her window is closing. She looks around the study for another way out. And she sees it. A narrow shaft behind a panel. An emergency route. Built for an emperor who feared betrayal. Dark tight. But it leads away. She tucks the scrolls under her robe. She prays the silk hides the shape. She climbs into the shaft. Stone scrapes her hands. Her shoulder hits the wall. Her breath turns sharp. She descends into darkness. Her knees slam against rough edges. Her dressed airs. She tastes dust in panic. Then, the air changes. It stinks. Wet rotten. She drops into a tunnel that carries waste. The underworld of Rome. She stands in sewage water up to her ankles. She wants to vomit, but she forces herself not to. Above her, the palace belongs to Nerva. Below her, the tunnels belong to rats and slaves and forgotten things. And she starts walking toward faint light. The light grows slowly. Not bright. Not welcoming. Just enough to remind her she's not buried alive. Livia follows it with the stubborn focus of someone who understands that stopping means dying. The tunnel slopes upward. The water thins. The smell changes from rot to damp stone. Then she sees iron bars overhead. A drainage grate. Beyond it, moonlight. Open air. She grips the bars and pulls. Her arms burn. Her fingers slip. But desperation gives strength where comfort never could. The grate shifts. Then lifts. She drags herself out and collapses on two cold paving stones. For several heartbeats. She cannot move. She can only breathe. When she finally raises her head, she realizes where she is. The Temple of Vesta. The sacred precinct. The place even emperors hesitated to violate. The eternal flame burns nearby, steady and calm, as if Rome itself is pretending nothing has changed. Footsteps approach. A woman in white robes stands at the edge of the courtyard. Older, composed, unalarmed by the sight of a blood-smeared empress crawling out of the ground. Augusta, she says quietly, we heard your husband fell ill. Livia laughs. It comes out broken. He was murdered, she says. And the men who killed him are hunting me. The woman studies her for a long moment. Then you claim sanctuary, she says. Yes. The word feels heavy. Like armor. Like a prayer. It may enter, the woman says. But understand this. Sanctuary protects you only as long as it is respected. And if it isn't, then you will learn how fragile even ancient laws can be. Inside the temple, the air is warm from the sacred flame. Clean. Still. Livia is washed. Given fresh robes. Hurt or silken bloodstained stole by taken away like evidence from a crime scene. Only the scrolls remain. The Virgo Maxima listens as Livia explains everything. The murder, Nerva, the threats, the interregnum. When Livia finishes, the priestess exhales slowly. You understand, she says, that what you possess is more dangerous than any blade. I understand, Livia replies. That's why I didn't give it to him. Outside the temple, Rome begins to stir. Nerva's men search houses, interrogate servants, drag people from their beds. They pound on temple doors. They shout demands. The Vestales refuse them. At first, but fear has a way of eroding faith. By dawn, Nerva realizes the truth. Livia is not hiding. She is bargaining, and that makes her far more dangerous than a widow on her knees. While soldiers argue at temple gates, a single messenger slips away through streets no one watches closely. A slave, barely noticed, carrying words folded into cloth. Those words reach the Praetorian camp, and they reach the right man, a tribune who has been angry for years, a man who noticed his due natives shrinking, a man who knows exactly what soldiers do to commanders who steal from them. By the time the sun clears the rooftops, whispers move through the guard faster than orders ever could. Nerva senses it. Too late. He rides to the camp expecting loyalty. He finds silence, then chains. By midday his body is gone. Not mourned, not recorded. Just another prefect who misjudged how much fear he controlled. The palace doors open again, not for celebration, for cleanup. The imperial women are released, shaken, alive. Aurelius survives by minutes. That margin is everything. 3 days later, Scius runs. He accepts the throne. He accepts the story. He accepts the silence. And Livia disappears. Officially, she lives, quietly, with records hidden where only she can reach them. Rome remembers nothing. Because Rome never remembers women who survive. Only men who fall. 479 BC. A Greek army surrounds a fortified camp on the flat land near Plataea. Inside the walls are thousands of Persians. They are not ready for a new fight. The fighting is already decided. They are defeated, trapped, waiting. What happens next is not really a battle. It is something else. In school you learn about Thermopylae, 300 Spartans, a narrow pass, a last stand, a heroic death. The story feels clean, simple, easy to honor. But most people never learn what came later. 11 months later, when Spartans returned in force. Not 300. Not a token line. 10,000 Spartans marched back north. And they did not come alone. They brought the largest Greek army ever assembled. And they brought a different mood. Not courage. Vengeance. Ancient vengeance was not a speech. It was not a handshake after a duel. It was not we won, now we forgive. Vengeance meant a decision. A decision that mercy is finished. By the time the sun sets on the plains of Plataea, the dead will not be counted in hundreds. They will be counted in tens of thousands. And the survivors, only about 3,000 men from an army that once looked unstoppable, will carry a message back toward Persia. A message stronger than any letter. This is the story of how Greece answered Thermopylae, and why even the winners would struggle with what they did. August 480 BC. Thermopylae, a narrow pass. Heat dust, tight space. King Leonidas is dead. Xerxes orders his body abused, cut, mutilated, displayed. A warning. Around him lie the bodies of the defenders. Spartans, Thebans, the bands. The Persians did not only kill them, they made them into a lesson. Greek bodies are stripped, left in the summer sun. For days the Persian army marches past them. 3 days of rot, 3 days of message. This is what happens when you resist the King of Kings. But Thermopylae was never designed to win. It was a trade, lives exchanged for time. And once the Persians sweep south, the real question becomes, what did that time buy? September 480 BC. Mardonius, Xerxes' trusted general, moves through central Greece, city after city. Advance, punish, advance again. The SPIA is burned, not looted and left, burned all the way. Plot EA suffers the same, systematic destruction. This is not simple conquest. This is erasure. Then Athens. The city is empty. The people fled earlier. They crossed to Salamis in the Peloponnese. They left homes behind. The Persians enter silence. Then fire. Temples burn. Houses burn. The Acropolis becomes smoke. Even ancient buildings are turned to ash. Sacred relics are destroyed. The flames burn for days. When the fired eyes, Athens remains as black stone. This is not only war. This is cultural destruction. A message written in ruins. We can wipe you out. Then Salamis. They narrow strait. Limited space. Bad water for a huge fleet. The Greeks spring a trap. Persian ships cannot maneuver. Too many. Too crowded. Greek triremes hit them. Ram board. Sink by sunset. Persia's naval power breaks. Xerxes watches from shore. He had set up a throne. Gold confidence. He watches the plan dissolve into fire and seawater. Soon, he decides. He retreats east with part of the army. He leaves Mardonius with the rest. The message to Mardonius is simple. This should already be done. Finish it. Winter, 480 to 479 BC. Mardonius pulls back into the north. Thessaly, Macedonia. He still has a massive force. Persian infantry, cavalry, and Greek allies. Cities that chose submission instead of ruin. Back in Sparta, winter is different. The city debates. Plans. Delay. Fear no one says out loud. Pausanias becomes regent. Young. Unproven. But he carries the weight of Leonidas. A quiet question sits inside every meeting. What kind of victory are we building? Because now the Greeks are not only surviving. They have held. They have won at sea. Now they must choose what winning will mean on land. Spring 479 BC. Mardonius tries diplomacy. He sends Alexander of Macedon to Athens. Greek by blood, Persian by obedience. He brings an offer that sounds almost impossible. Rebuild Athens, restore temples, pay for homes, give land, give trade. Keep local rule. All Athens must do is accept Persian supremacy and abandon the Greek alliance. Athenians gather in their temporary shelters, tents, borrowed rooms. Across the water, their city is ash. The offer would solve everything fast. They refuse. Not calmly, violently. One man speaks in favor of accepting. The crowd stuns him. His wife and children are killed as well. The message to Persia is not polite. There will be no deal. There will be no surrender. Mardonius answers the refusal with fire. He returns to Athens. Still empty. Still quiet. This time he does not just burn. He finishes. Walls pulled down. Wells filled with rubble. Fields ruined. This is not conquest. This is punishment. When he leaves again, Athens is not a wounded city. It is a broken one. To destructions in less than a year. Now Mardonius chooses his battlefield. Boeotia, near Plataeus. Flat plains. Perfect for cavalry. He camps by the Asopus River. Water nearby. Thebes stands behind him, allied to Persia. A safe base. Mardonius builds a fortified camp. Wooden walls. Defensive lines. Supplies. Then he waits. He is daring the Greeks. If you want the end, come here. Come where my cavalry can kill you. Athens sends urgent messages to Sparta. March now or we are finished. For weeks Sparta hesitates. The Peloponnese is defensible. The isthmus is fortified. Why risk a field battle? But in the end Sparta moves. And when they move fully. Pausanias mobilizes everything. 5,000 Spartan hoplites. The full citizen levy. 5,000 perioi. Free men under Spartan control. And tens of thousands of helots as light troops. An enormous number. More than usual. More than comfortable. And the march north begins. Allies join along the way. Corinth. Megara. Sicyon. Epidaurus. Troyzon. Athens joins with what it has left. 8,000 hoplites. By the time the combined force reaches the hills above the Persian camp, the Greek army is enormous. Around 110,000 men. The largest Greek army ever assembled. And now both sides look down at the same plain. Both sides understand the problem. If either attacks at the wrong moment, they lose. So they wait. The Greeks take the high ground. They spread along the lower slopes of Mount Cit-Heron. Above the plain. Above the Persian camp. Anyone who understands ancient war can see the balance instantly. The Greeks have heavy infantry. Hoplites in bronze armor. Large shields locked together. Long spears meant for crushing frontal combat. On solid ground they are almost unstoppable. The Persians control the plain. Their cavalry can move freely. Their archers can fire in waves. Their strength is speed and space. If the Persians charge uphill, they die. If the Greeks charge downhill too early, they get cut apart. So neither side attacks. They wait. Day after day. Tension builds. Food runs low. Water becomes precious. Then on the third day, the waiting breaks. Persian cavalry rides out. Not a full assault. They probe. They push close to the Greek lines. Too close. Athenians respond. Hoplites advance with archers supporting them. The terrain is uneven. The fighting turns chaotic. Horses wheel. Spears brace. Arrows fly. In the confusion, a single arrow changes everything. It strikes the horse of Mausistius, the commander of Persian cavalry. The animal collapses. Mausistius hits the ground hard. He tries to fight on foot. He is wearing ornate armor. Gold minus decorated. Heavy. The Athenians swarm him. Persian cavalry tries to reach him. Too late. The Athenians drag Mausistius into their formation. They tear his armor apart. Piece by piece. They stab him through every gap. When the Persians finally retreat, Mausistius is dead. And the Greeks have his body. They place it on a cart. They parade it through the lines. Every soldier sees it. Morale surges. On the Persian side, grief explodes. Cavalrymen wail loudly. They shave their heads. They cut their horses' manes. They strip their armor. Mausistius was not just a commander. He was Mardonius's closest companion. A trusted friend. The psychological balance shifts. Days pass. Skirmishes continue. But no full battle. Then Mardonius strikes where the Greeks are weakest. Water. Persian cavalry scouts locate the Gargaf iron spring. the main Greek water source. Under cover of darkness they move. They destroy it carefully. They fill it with dirt, with rubble, with corpses. They divert what remains. Poison the flow. By morning, the Greek army is in crisis. Over 100,000 men. No reliable water. Greek commanders gather. Pausanias, baristas of Athens, leaders from Corinth and other cities. The options are all bad. Stay and die of thirst. Attack uphill, disadvantage reversed, and die under arrows. Retreat in daylight, and be slaughtered by cavalry. Pausanias orders a night maneuver, a controlled withdrawal. The center will fall back toward Plataea. Where other springs exist, the left wing will move to new high ground. The right wing, Spartans and Tegeans, will hold until the others are clear, then withdraw in order. On paper, it works. In reality, it falls apart. Night retreats are chaos even in peace. Units lose direction. Orders don't travel. Men panic. Some units retreat too far. Others stop too early. Formations dissolve. By dawn, the Greek army is scattered, separated across miles of broken ground. From his camp, Mardonius sees it. Greeks withdrawing. Lines broken. To him, it looks like collapse. What he does not see is crucial. The Spartans are still in formation, deliberately slow, disciplined. The Athenians have reformed on new ground. This is not a rout. It is a mistake. But mistakes look like opportunity. Mardonius gives the order. Advance. The Persian army pours out of the camp. Elite infantry first. The immortals. Light armor. Short spears. Wicker shields. Behind them, troops from across the empire. Medes. Bactrians. Indians. Succor cavalry moves on the flanks. Greek allies of Persia march at the rear. Mardonius rides near the front. Visible. Encouraging. The target is clear. The Spartan right wing, still withdrawing, seemingly vulnerable. Pausanias watches them approach. 10,000 Spartans and Tegeans, still moving backward, still holding formation. Then he commands, halt. The line stops. Shields lock. Spears level. A ranks deep. A wall of bronze. But there is a problem. Greek custom demands favorable omens before attack. Sacrifices are made. The signs are bad. Again and again, Persians move closer. Archers raise bows. Thousands of arrows fly. They rain down on the Spartans. Men fall. Arrows find gaps. Necks. Arms, faces. The Spartans hold. They cannot advance. They cannot retreat. More sacrifices. Still bad signs. More men die. Finally, the order comes. Whether the omens change, or Pausanias chooses to act anyway. Advance. The Spartan phalanx does not charge. It moves. Slow steady. Unbreakable. The Persians brace. They plant their shields. They ready their spears. The collision is brutal. Spartan spears punch through wicker shields. Through light armor. Into flesh. A-ranks push forward. The Persian front collapses. But the Persians do not flee immediately. They fight desperately. They grab spears with bare hands. Their palms split. They pull weapons aside to open gaps. They swarm with swords and daggers. For minutes that feel endless. The outcome is uncertain. Then Mardonius goes down. Accounts differ. A stone strikes his head. A spear reaches him. His horse is killed. What matters is this. The Persian commander is dead. Word spreads fast. Mardonius is dead. The Persian center wavers. Then breaks. Once the line breaks, the battle changes. This is no longer combat. It is pursuit. Persians run. Some toward the camp. Some into the open. Greek light troops surge forward. Helots. Peltasts. They run down fleeing men. They cut them down in the plain. The field becomes a slaughter ground. On the left, Athenians fight the bands. Greeks against Greeks. The fighting is harder, more even. But when news of Mardonius spreads, the bands retreat. Thousands of Persians reach the fortified camp. They close the gates. Inside are supplies. Treasure. Non-minus combatants. The camp holds. At first, Greek forces surround it. They try to break in. The Spartans struggle. They are not siege fighters. Then the Athenians find a weak point. They concentrate their assault. The wooden wall collapses. Greek troops flood inside. What follows is recorded by multiple ancient sources. Inside the camp, resistance collapses almost instantly. No prisoners are taken. Every Persian soldier is killed. Tent by tent, section by section. Servants, camp followers, families. No distinction. By nightfall, the Persian army is gone. Herodotus gives numbers. Over 100,000 Persians entered Greece. About 3,000 survived. Modern historians debate the totals, but even conservative estimates mean tens of thousands dead. The Greek losses, tiny by comparison. This was not a normal battle. This was elimination. When the noise finally fades, the plain is quiet. Too quiet. Bodies cover the ground, armor crushed, weapons abandoned. The Greek soldiers stand among the dead and try to understand what they have done. This was not how battles usually ended. In most wars, an army breaks and runs. Men throw down shields. They scatter. Most survive. That is how ancient warfare normally worked. Plata EA is different. Here, the pursuit did not stop. The killing did not slow. When the Persians reached their camp, the Greeks did not negotiate. They did not offer surrender. They did not talk about ransom. They broke the walls. They went inside. And they finished it. By nightfall, almost no one is left alive. After the camp is cleared, the Greeks take inventory. The wealth is enormous. Gold and silver, bullion meant to pay the army. Jewelry, luxury goods, treasures taken from burned Greek cities. Athens, Plata EA, the SPIAE. Everything is gathered. Nothing is left scattered. Pausanias orders the plunder counted and recorded. 10% is set aside for the gods, dedicated to sanctuaries across Greece. The rest is divided among the cities that fought. Sparta receives the largest share. The Helots, the enslaved laborers who fought as light troops, receive nothing. Their blood bought the victory. They are not rewarded. Then Pausanias does something symbolic. He orders modern EOS assessed and preserved. Inside, Persian luxury remains untouched. Gold plates, fine fabrics, servants waiting. Pausanias orders a Persian Minos-style meal prepared. Then he orders a Spartan meal prepared beside it. Simple food, black broth, plain bread. He invites Greek commanders to look. The contrast is deliberate. This, the display says, is what they brought to conquer us. And this, it implies, is what defeated them. But there is another message beneath it. One no one says out loud. This is what we did to win. News spreads fast. Some say the Greek fleet wins again that same day, far away on the coast of Asia Minor. Whether the timing is exact or shaped by legend, the result is clear. Invasion is over. Persia will not try again. Greece survives. But survival is not the only outcome. Something else has changed. Athens begins to rebuild. Not gently, not slowly. Walls go up fast. Bigger than before. The navy expands. Larger than any Greece has seen. The lesson is clear. Defense alone is not enough. Sparta returns south. But what happened at Plata EA follows them. Other Greeks look at them differently now. Not just respect. Not just fear. Something heavier. Poets write victory songs. Temples are built. Monuments raised. Names are carved. Cities honored. But certain details are missing. The breach of the camp. The hours after. They are passed over quickly. If mentioned at all, Herodotus records the numbers, but does not dwell on meaning. Later writers hesitate more. Some ask quietly whether the scale of killing was necessary, whether it served a military purpose. Once the battle was already won, no one answers clearly. The survivors who reach Persia carry the real message. Not speeches, not treaties, stories. They tell of an army that did not stop. Of Greeks who, once victorious, erased everything in front of them. The message spreads. Greece is no longer only defensive. When it wins, it destroys. Soon after, the Greeks turn on their own. Thebes, which supported Persia, is confronted. Sparta demands the leaders be surrendered. Thebes resists. The Greeks besiege the city. Eventually, the leaders are handed over. They are executed. The city itself is spared. This matters. It proves something important. The Greeks were capable of restraint. They chose not to use it at Plata EA. That choice is the difference. In the years that follow, the Delian League forms. An alliance. Defense against Persia. Soon it becomes something else. An empire. Athens leads it. Cities that try to leave are punished, besieged, forced back, sometimes enslaved. Sparta watches. Tension grows. The war that will tear Greece apart has its roots here. At Plataea, victory taught the Greeks what total force could accomplish. And once learned, that lesson cannot be unlearned. Plataea is not remembered like Thermopylae. Thermopylae is easy. Bravery, sacrifice, defeat with honor. Plataea is harder. It forces a different question. What happens after you win? What happens when survival is no longer the only goal? At Plataea, the Greeks did not just defend their world. They showed what they were willing to do to protect it, and that knowledge stayed with them. Plataea solved the war, but it created another problem. The invasion was finished. The Persian army was gone. Yet the memory did not settle. Victories are supposed to feel clean. Relief. Celebration. Closure. Plataea did not feel like that. Greek commanders returned home with treasure, with honor, with songs written about their success, but also with silence, because there was no clean way to explain why so few Persians survived. Ancient armies were used to killing. They were not used to erasing. At Plataea, the line between battle and execution vanished. The decision to continue killing after the rout was not automatic. It required orders, coordination, time. Someone had to decide that surrender would not be accepted. Someone had to decide that the camp would be breached and cleared completely. That decision came from the top. Pausanias, the allied commanders, men trusted to end the war. They chose certainty over mercy, because mercy carried risk. If Persian soldiers learned, they could regroup. If officers escaped, they could report back. If the invasion force survived in part, Persia might return. Plataea was designed to answer that possibility forever. And it did. Persia never again attempted a full-scale invasion of mainland Greece. From a strategic view, the choice worked perfectly. From a human view, it left scars. Greek writers struggle with Plataea. They record it, they praise it, but they do not linger. Herodotus lists numbers. He names cities. He moves on. Later historians grow more uncomfortable. They do not condemn the Greeks. They cannot. But they hesitate. They ask questions instead of giving answers. Was this necessary? Did victory require annihilation? Or was this vengeance carried too far? No Greek city openly criticizes Plataea, but no Greek city builds its identity around it either. Thermopylae becomes the symbol. Plataea becomes the foundation. One is spoken of. The other is relied upon. There is another reason Plataea feels uneasy. It changes Greek behavior afterward. Before the Persian Wars, Greek fighting was limited. City against city. Seasonal campaigns. Rules. After Plataea, those limits weaken. Athens builds an empire. Sparta enforces obedience. Cities that resist are punished harder than before. Plataea proves something dangerous. That complete destruction is possible. And once proven, it becomes an option. Sparta itself is changed. The city had always valued discipline, control, restraint. But at Plataea, Spartans stood at the center of annihilation. They did not break. They did not hesitate. Other Greeks notice. Respect deepens. Fear follows. Sparta's authority grows. But so does distance. They are no longer just defenders of Greece. They are men who ended an army. Plataea also reshapes memory. The Greeks learn something uncomfortable. Defeat can unite people easily. Victory can divide them. After Plataea, old rivalries return. Athens and Sparta drift apart. The cooperation that saved Greece does not survive peace. Within a generation, Greeks will kill Greeks, on a scale rivaling Persian destruction. And the lesson of Plataea will be used again. Plataea forces a question that history does not like to ask. When does defense become domination? When does survival become justification for anything that follows? The Greeks never fully answered that. Instead, they moved forward. They built. They fought. They argued. They remembered Thermopylae with pride. They remembered Plataea with care, because Plataea showed them who they could be, and that knowledge was harder to live with than defeat ever was. Thermopylae is remembered because it fits the story we like to tell. A small force, overwhelming odds, certain death, courage without consequence. Plata EA is different. Plata EA asks what happens after courage succeeds, after the enemy breaks, after survival is no longer in question. It asks what a civilization does when it realizes it has the power to end a threat completely. At Plata EA, the Greeks learned that lesson. They learned that victory could be absolute, and once learned, it could not be forgotten. In pure military terms, Plata EA was perfect. The Persian field army in Greece was destroyed. Not defeated, destroyed. No regrouping, no second invasion. From that day forward, Persia would fight Greece indirectly, through diplomacy, money, influence. Never again with an army on Greek soil. If the goal was safety, Plata EA achieved it forever. But safety came at a price. Ancient warfare usually left survivors. Rooted armies ran. They scattered. They lived. Plata EA did not follow that pattern. The killing continued, long after resistance ended. The fortified camp became a boundary that the Greeks chose to cross. And once inside, they chose not to stop. That choice is the heart of Plata EA. Not the phalanx. Not the tactics. The decision to erase. Greek monuments do not explain this. They list cities. They honor the dead. They celebrate unity. They do not describe what happened inside the camp. They do not need to. Every Greek who fought there knew. Every Persian who heard the story understood. The monument was not only a celebration, it was a warning. The title of this story asks, how 10,000 Spartans avenged the 300. The answer is not heroic. They did not avenge them with sacrifice. They avenged them with certainty, by ensuring that no army like Xerxes would ever return, by making the cost of invasion unbearable, by turning vengeance into policy. But vengeance is not clean. It does not end when the enemy is gone. It changes the people who use it. After Plata EA, Greek warfare becomes harder. Cities are punished more severely. Empires replace alliances. The cooperation that saved Greece collapses into rivalry. Within decades, Greeks will devastate their own world, in wars as destructive as anything Persia attempted. Plata EA did not cause that alone, but it made it possible. History often teaches Thermopylae because it is easy to admire. Plata EA is harder. It forces us to face an uncomfortable truth. Sometimes the most troubling moments are not defeats, they are victories. Victories that reveal what people are capable of. Once restraint is no longer required. In 479 BC, the Greeks won their freedom. They also learned how far they were willing to go to keep it, and that knowledge echoed through everything that followed. The Greeks did not talk about Plata EA the way they talked about Thermopylae. Thermopylae was safe. It made sense. A small group died bravely. They lost, but they lost beautifully. Plata EA did not offer beauty. It offered results. And results are harder to live with. For years after the battle, Greek veterans carried the memory home. They did not describe it in detail. They did not need to. Everyone knew the numbers. Everyone knew how few Persians survived. In taverns and homes, the story was shortened. We broke them. We ended the invasion. The rest stayed unspoken, because describing it meant reliving it. For the Persians, the lesson was immediate. The empire was vast. Losing one army was not fatal. But the loss of Plata EA was not normal. It was not a defeat that could be corrected. It was an annihilation. An invasion for Saraced so thoroughly that even reporting the failure was dangerous. Messengers returned with stories that frightened governors and generals. Not because the Greeks were stronger, but because they were relentless. Persia adjusted. Money replaced armies. Gold replaced spears. Greek cities would be divided, bribed, manipulated. Never again invaded directly. Plata EA worked. Inside Greece, the effect was slower, but deeper. Athens looked at Plata EA and drew one conclusion. If we want to survive long Minestone, we must control the sea. They rebuilt their fleet. Bigger, permanent. Walls went up faster than before. Long walls connecting city to port. Athens would never again be helpless. Sparta looked at Plata EA and drew a different lesson. We win by discipline, by endurance, by breaking the enemy completely. Sparta did not build walls. It trusted men. But both cities learned the same truth. Power works best when it is decisive. Other Greek cities watched closely. They remembered how Persia burned Athens. They also remembered how the Greeks answered. The message was clear. If you stand with Greece, you may be protected. If you stand against it, you may be erased. This lesson would be applied again and again. There is a reason plot EA does not live comfortably in popular memory. It disrupts the simple story. It shows that moral clarity fades quickly once survival is secured. Before plot EA, the Greeks fought to live. After plot EA, they fought to dominate. Not immediately, not consciously, but the door was open. Even Pausanias does not escape the shadow. He returns to Sparta celebrated, but whispers follow him about arrogance, about cruelty, about ambition. Later in life he will be accused of conspiring with Persia. The accusation may be false, but it is telling. The man who ended the Persian invasion could no longer be trusted fully by his own people. Plot EA elevated him. Plot EA also made him dangerous. This is the quiet pattern of history. Great victories do not end conflict. They change its shape. Plot EA ends the Persian threat. It begins Greek imperial rivalry. The Delian League grows. Sparta grows nervous. Trust erodes. Within a generation, Greek cities will fight one another with the same intensity they once used against Persia. And the memory of Plot EA's will be part of that. Because Plot EA proved something irreversible. That annihilation is possible. That once an enemy breaks, you can choose not to stop. And once that choice is made, it becomes available forever. Thermopylae inspires. Plot EA instructs. One teaches courage. The other teaches consequence. The Greeks needed both. But they preferred to remember only one. Plot EA did not end Greek violence. It redirected it. When the Persian threat disappeared, the unity that held Greece together began to dissolve. Fear had been the glue. Once fear was gone, old rivalries returned. And now those rivalries were backed by experience. Experience and total victory. Athens moved first. The Delian League was presented as protection, mutual defense, shared security. At the start, it felt reasonable. Persia was still powerful. Revenge was possible. Cities contributed ships or money. Athens organized. But slowly, quietly, the alliance changed. Some cities tried to leave. Athens refused. Tribute became mandatory. Ships were seized. Walls were torn down. Resistance was punished harshly. Athens told itself this was necessary. Security required control. Plot EA had taught them what incomplete victory looked like. They would not repeat that mistake. Sparta watched this with growing concern. Athens was not just rebuilding, it was expanding. Its navy dominated the Aegean. Its wealth grew. Its confidence hardened. Sparta had defeated Persia on land. Athens was becoming powerful everywhere else. The old balance was gone. Plot EA sat in the background of every decision. Unspoken but understood. If war came again, it would not end with compromise. It would end with destruction. That knowledge shaped strategy. It shaped fear. It shaped paranoia. Smaller Greek cities felt the pressure first. They remembered what happened to Persian allies. They remembered Thebes. They knew what resistance could cost. Some submitted early. Others gambled. Few won. By the time the Peloponnesian War began, Greek warfare had changed. Sieges were longer. Punishments were harsher. Cities were starved. Populations were killed or enslaved. The language of necessity returned. We must do this or they will do it to us. Plot EA had normalized that logic. Even Sparta was not immune. When Sparta finally defeated Athens, it faced the same question the Greeks faced at Plot EA. What do you do with a defeated enemy? Some Spartans wanted Athens destroyed, walls leveled, people scattered. In the end, they chose restraint, not mercy, calculation. Athens was useful land, but the debate itself shows the change. Before Plot EA, destroying a Greek city would have been unthinkable. After Plot EA, it was an option seriously discussed. This is the legacy of decisive victory. It solves one problem completely. It creates new ones everywhere else. The Greeks never forgot how it felt. to stand on the plains of Plot-Va, with the enemy broken, and the choice to stop or continue. They chose to continue, and that choice echoed for generations. To understand Plot-Va, you have to understand revenge, the way ancient Greeks understood it. Not as emotion, as order. In the ancient world, vengeance was not optional, it was expected. If you failed to answer an injury, you invited another. Mercy did not signal strength, it signaled weakness. And weakness attracted destruction. This was not cruelty for its own sake, it was survival logic. The Persians had burned Athens twice. They had desecrated temples. They had mutilated the body of a king. In Greek thinking that demanded response, not balance, not forgiveness. Erasur, anything less meant the offense was unfinished, and unfinished offenses came back. At Plot-Va, the Greeks stood at a dangerous point. They had won the battle. The enemy was broken. Now came the moment that mattered most. If they stopped, if they accepted surrender, if they allowed the Persian army to retreat intact, they would send a message. You can do this to us and live. That message would not stay in Persia. It would spread. Other powers would hear it. Other enemies would test it. In the ancient mind, that was more dangerous than slaughter. This is why the pursuit did not stop. This is why the camp was breached. This is why no prisoners were taken. The Greeks were not losing control. They were enforcing a rule. You invade Greece, you do not go home. This does not make the killing gentle. It makes it deliberate. Plot-Va was not rage. It was policy. A decision made by leaders who believed that future wars were being decided in that moment, and they were not entirely wrong. The problem is what that logic does over time. Once annihilation works, it becomes tempting. Once mercy is framed as danger, cruelty becomes safety. That is the transformation Plot-Va begins. Greek writers sensed this. They did not use modern moral language. They did not speak of crimes, but they felt the weight. They wrote carefully. They shortened descriptions. They moved past the worst moments quickly, not because they were ignorant, because they understood. Some victories demand silence. Later generations inherited the lesson, without fully understanding its cost. Athens used it against rebel cities. Sparta used it against rivals. The language was always the same. Necessity, security, prevention. Plot-Va provided the example. This is why Thermopylae became myth. It asks nothing difficult of the listener. Honor, sacrifice. Lost Plot-Va asks everything. It asks whether survival justifies annihilation. It asks whether victory can corrupt as deeply as defeat. It asks whether learning when to stop is harder than learning how to fight. The Greeks never answered those questions clearly. Instead, they lived with the answers they chose. They built empires. They destroyed cities. They fought one another, with a violence sharpened by experience. And in the background, Plot-Va remained, a reminder of what happens when stopping feels more dangerous than continuing. Plot-Va is not an isolated event. It is a case study in what happens when one side decides to win completely. Complete victory is rare, and it is always dangerous. This is why the historical record is filled with near victories, battles that almost went to total annihilation but didn't, wars that teetered on the edge of complete destruction but pulled back. Historians tell stories about wars and battles as if they are linear, as if each victory leads to something better. Each defeat teaches an inevitable lesson, but the truth is far messier. The kinds of victories Greece achieved at Plot-Va don't belong to the realm of idealized, noble triumphs. They are victories that destroy the idea of mercy. They are victories that break the idea of restraint. And they are victories that often lead to the next war. Think about the Roman Empire. Its most successful military conquests came not just from superior tactics, but from total eradication. Rome didn't just defeat its enemies. It wiped them off the map. When Rome conquered Carthage in the Punic Wars, it didn't just take the city. It burned it, salted the earth. Carthage was destroyed so thoroughly that for centuries, no one dared question Roman power. Yet this annihilation created a ghost. After Carthage's fall, Rome turned inward. The very tactics that ensured its dominance led to the collapse of its empire. By the time it fell, Rome had become a machine of destruction that had consumed the very thing it once tried to protect. This pattern repeats throughout history. In 1945, After the Second World War, the Allies didn't just defeat Germany and Japan, they erased their ability to wage war. Nazi Germany was dismantled, its leaders tried, executed or exiled. The cities were bombed, the people starved, and the nation rebuilt in a way that guaranteed no immediate resurgence. But that complete victory left scars. Germany was divided, Japan rebuilt but under the watchful eyes of the U.S. Both countries struggled with the aftermath of total defeat. While they rebuilt, they had to reckon with the violence that was their undoing. When you erase an enemy completely, you ensure that they cannot strike back, but you also create a future where that enemy, or the memory of them, can never be fully healed. Victory becomes a question of whether the price of survival was worth the loss of humanity, whether the enemy's destruction was really the cost of peace, or just the first step toward a new, more complex war. In the case of Plataea, the Greeks didn't just defeat the Persians, they erased them from Greece. It was more than just a military victory, it was a psychological one, a decision that changed the rules of warfare for an entire civilization. The Greek mindset shifted. Victory became not a means to an end, but the end itself. The destruction of Persia wasn't enough. It had to be permanent. And in the process, the Greeks unknowingly started to mimic the very thing they fought against. The Persians came to erase Greece, and the Greeks in turn erased the Persian threat by destroying not just the army, but the very idea of resistance. This is where history becomes uncomfortable. When does victory stop being a defensive survival and become something else? It's a question that extends beyond the battlefield. Plataea tells us that once you decide to win completely, you enter a cycle of escalation. You do not go back. And that cycle feeds new cycles, leaving behind unresolved tensions, unhealed wounds, and unanswered questions. Plataea closes the Persian Wars, but it opens something else. Before this moment, Greek history is defined by survival. After this moment, it is defined by choice. That the Greeks had no choice. They fought because they had to. They died because retreat meant extinction. That kind of story is easy to understand. That Plataea, the Greeks had options. They could stop. They could negotiate. They could accept surrender. They chose none of those. They chose certainty. They chose a victory so complete that it would never need to be repeated. And in doing so, they crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. This is why Plataea feels heavier than Thermopylae. Thermopylae asks only one question. Would you stand? Plataea asks a harder one. Would you stop? Stopping requires restraint. Stopping requires trust. Stopping requires believing the enemy is finished. The Greeks did not believe that. They believed memory itself was a weapon, and they decided to carve that memory into the Persian world with blood. History often praises restraint, but history is written by those who survive. At Plataea, survival was guaranteed, only if restraint was abandoned. That is the uncomfortable truth. The Greeks did not become monsters. They did not lose their humanity in a single day. They made a calculation, and the calculation worked. Persia never invaded again, but success has consequences. After Plataea, Greek power grows sharper. Cities fall more easily. Wars last longer. Punishment becomes routine. The idea that this must be finished completely returns again and again. Athens uses it. Sparta uses it. Both justify it the same way. Necessity. That word traces straight back to Plataea. Plataea teaches us something history rarely says out loud. The most dangerous moment is not when a civilization is weak. It is when it realizes how strong it is. When it understands that it can destroy, not just defeat. And when it decides that destruction is safer than mercy. This is why Plataea never becomes a simple legend. It does not fit on a statue base. It cannot be summarized in one noble phrase. It lingers instead, in silence, in omission, in careful writing, because it forces us to confront a truth that survives every era. Victory does not end moral struggle. It relocates it. It shifts the question from, can we survive? To what are we willing to do now that we can? In 479 BC, the Greeks answered that question one way. They won their freedom, they secured their future, and they learned something about themselves that they would carry for centuries. Thermopylae is remembered because it comforts us. Plataea matters because it warns us. It reminds us that sometimes the most troubling chapters of history are not written in defeat, but in victory. February 1258. Aemon walks inside his own treasury. Soldiers stand on both sides of him, but they are not his soldiers. He looks at stacks of gold. Gold he spent his life guarding. Gold that bought silk. Gold that paid teachers. Gold that filled rooms like this one. Outside, his men had no armor. Many had no pay. Now the soldiers beside him watch his face. They want to see if he finally understands. He says nothing. Behind him, Baghdad burns. In front of him is something worse than fire. This man is Caliph Al-Minus Mustasin, ruler of Baghdad, commander of the faithful, heir to a spiritual line tied to Muhammad. In 3 hours, he will be dead. Not by sword, not by arrow, not in the way most kings die. Because the men who broke his city followed rules he never learned. They had customs that shaped how they killed. And what they did to his family was not just death. It was design. It was a message built like a fortress. A plan made from blood. So that every ruler from Damascus to Delhi would understand one thing. Defy us, and this is the price. They would not need to do it twice. They only needed to do it once. For 500 years, Baghdad was not just a city. It was the center of a world. It was where Greek ideas met Persian sky science, where Indian numbers mixed with Islamic law, where knowledge gathered like water in a deep bowl. Libraries held books on medicine, machines, stars, and math. The House of Wisdom alone held so many texts that one life was not enough. You could read for 3 lifetimes and still not finish. Great thinkers worked here. New math was shaped here. Medical books were written here that Europe would copy centuries later. Students came from far away. From Spain, from Central Asia. They came because Baghdad was the place to learn. The city held more than 1 million people. Water ran through hidden canals under the ground. Markets sold goods from China to the far west. Hospitals treated the poor and the rich. Faith did not matter there. This was not an old empire dying. This was a living machine of full power. And above it all stood the Caliph. Not only a king, not only a ruler of land. The Caliph was the spiritual head for millions. A symbol that reached back through generations. Al-Minus Mustasin took that role in 1242, but he also inherited something rotten. For 200 years, the Abbasid state had been weakening. The Caliph still had religious weight, but the army was mostly hired fighters. Many leaders in the provinces acted like local kings. Baghdad had money, yet it did not build strong defense. Why? Because Baghdad had survived weakness before. It lived through civil wars. It outlasted rivals. It watched other powers rise and fall. And still, the scholars wrote. Still the markets traded. Still, the city stood. So when news came from the east, Baghdad listened. Then it went back to sleep. The report spoke of horsemen. Horsemen who erased the Khwarezmian Empire. Horsemen who emptied cities in Persia. Horsemen who did not stop at rivers. Who did not fear mountains. Who did not respect deals or borders. Baghdad heard all of it. And did almost nothing. But the Mongols were not just an army. They were a system. They were a method built over 50 years. They fought across ice plains, deserts, and high mountains. They learned it fast. They copied what worked. They removed what did not. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, he left more than land. He left a repeatable way to conquer. Like a machine you could run again and again. One of his grandsons, Hulagu Khan, was sent west with a clear mission. In 1253, the Mongol council gave Hulagu an order. Make every state between Mongolia and the sea submit. Not only defeat them, make them bow. Because Mongol rule was not built on staying in every city. It was built on obedience. If a city submitted early, it could live. Its leaders could stay. Its markets could open the next day. Life could continue. But if a city refused, it was removed from the map. The process was almost always the same. First, Mongol messengers arrived. They brought terms often written down. Submit now. Send tribute. Send hostages. Usually the ruler's sons. Accept Mongol authority. If you agree, your walls stay. Your people live. Your shops stay open. If you refuse, the messengers leave. No screaming. No loud threat. Just quiet. Then time passes. Weeks. Sometimes months. The city relaxes. People say, maybe they moved on. Soldiers start to think, maybe they were bluffing. Then the horizon fills. Horsemen appear like a moving storm. Not scattered. Not wild. Organized. And the Mongols do not rush the gates right away. They surround the city completely. Every road. Every bridge. Every path out. Escape becomes impossible. Then they build. Right in front of the walls, in full view, they assemble siege tools. Huge throwing machines. Trabecutests, they can hurl stones as heavy as a man. Engineers from many places help them. Chinese engineers, Persian builders, captured experts forced to work. The defenders watch the machines rise. They watch the tools being made to break them. Then a second group of messengers comes. They repeat the same terms. Word for word. No changes. This is the last chance. Most cities gave up at this stage. If the city still refused, the siege began. And it was not random fighting. It was a routine. Walls were targeted at weak points. Stones hit the same place again and again. Cracks grew. Then breaks opened. When a breach appeared, Mongol units moved in with control. Infantry entered in groups. Cavalry locked down streets and exits. The city fell in pieces. Then the people were sorted. Skilled workers were pulled aside. Metal workers. Woodworkers. Engineers. Doctors. Writers. Those people were kept alive. Often sent away to serve the Mongols. Everyone else was gathered outside. Then eliminated. This was not raid. It was policy. And the city itself was often burned. Not only as punishment, but as proof. A ruined city was a lesson for the next one. By 1257, Hulagu had already used this system across Persia. Some cities resisted. They were emptied. Some tried to bargain too late. They still fell. The pattern was clear. Now Hulagu looked at the greatest target, left between Persia and Egypt. Baghdad. In September 1257, 3 Mongol riders reached Baghdad. They carried one letter. It said, in simple terms, "You know what happened in Persia. You know what refusal costs. Come to our camp. Submit. Take down your defenses. Send your sons as hostages. Pay tribute. Do this, and Baghdad lives. Refuse, and you will learn what others learned." The letter reached the court on a Thursday. By Friday, the arguments began. Al-Minus must have seen called his advisors. The room split fast. His vizier Ibn al-Minus al-Qami pushed for surrender. Immediate surrender. He laid out facts. The Khwarezmian Empire had huge armies. It had thick walls. It had strong fortresses. It still died. Nishaper had heavy defenses. It still vanished. These were not simple raiders, the vizier warned. This was a trained system. We cannot beat them, he said. We can only survive them. He told the caliph to open the gates early. Pay tribute. Save the city. The head of the army disagreed. He said the Mongols were steppe riders. Great in open land. But Baghdad had strong walls. Walls that had never been broken. He said the Mongols were far from home. Their supply lines were long. They could not hold a long siege, he claimed. A third group spoke with faith. Baghdad was the seat of the caliphate, they said. The heart of Islam. God would not let pagans destroy it. Al-Minus must have seen listened. He was 50-4 years old. He had ruled for 16 years. He loved comfort. He loved learning. He disliked war. He trusted the power of his title. He looked at Hulagu's letter. He looked at his advisors. Then he chose pride. We are the caliphate, he said. We do not bow to threats from horsemen. He dismissed the envoys. No tribute. No hostages. No surrender. The vizier tried one last time. If we refuse, they will come. Then let them come, the caliph said. On September 24, 1257, the envoys rode away. They carried no reply. Only the silence of refusal. And what happened next was even worse than the refusal. The caliph did not rush to prepare. He did not raise new troops. He did not spend the treasury to strengthen the walls. He did not treat this like an emergency. He kept living as if time itself would solve the problem. The far to the east Hulagu was already moving. And the Mongol machine did not forget. By early November, the silence broke. November 11, 1257. Mongol scouts appeared 30 miles east of Baghdad. Fast riders. Light units. They did not hide. City scouts rushed back with reports. They described cavalry. Maybe 5,000 horsemen. No siege engines in sight. The commander of Baghdad's army saw a chance. He argued that this force was small, too small to threaten the city. If Baghdad struck now in open land, it could crush them. A clear victory would send a message. It would show strength. It might even stop the Mongols from coming closer. The Caliph agreed. For the first time, Baghdad chose action. On November 13, the field army marched east. 20,000 men, 12,000 cavalry, 8,000 infantry. It was the largest army Baghdad had raised in decades. They carried food for 3 days. The plan was simple. Meet the Mongols. Fight them in the open. Destroy them fast. Return home as heroes. On November 15, the armies met. 20-5 miles northeast of Baghdad. The Caliph's commander formed his troops the old way. Infantry in the center. Cavalry on both wings. Across the plain, the Mongols waited. They looked fewer than expected. Maybe 4,000 riders. Baghdad's cavalry charged. At first, it looked like success. The Mongols pulled back. Not in panic. Not in disorder. They retreated in clean lines. Controlled. Calm. Baghdad's cavalry followed. 1 mile. Then 2. The retreat continued. Then the trap closed. From the north and south, Mongol units appeared. Hidden in low ground. Waiting. Suddenly, Baghdad's cavalry was surrounded. Not by 4,000 riders. By 15,000. What followed was not a battle. It was a breakdown. Mongol horse archers fired while riding full speed. Their bows hit hard at long range. Armor did not save many men. Baghdad's cavalry tried to regroup, but formations were already broken. Officers shouted orders. No one could hear them. From the center, the infantry watched the wings vanish. They saw dust. They saw movement. Then nothing. Fear spread fast. The infantry began pulling back toward the city. The Mongols did not chase them. They closed the circle instead. They finished the trapped cavalry slowly, deliberately. By nightfall it was over. With the 20,000 men who marched out, fewer than 3,000 returned. The Caliph's personal guard was gone. The hired cavalry was gone. The field army was erased. Not beaten. Not scattered. Erased. When survivors reached Baghdad, the truth became clear. This was never a scouting force. It was bait. The Mongols had used a small unit to pull the army out, then destroyed it with precision. By December, the main Mongol host appeared on the horizon. There would be no second chance. January 11, 1258. The Mongol army completed its encirclement of Baghdad. Hulagu commanded a massive force. Estimates range near 150,000 men. They did not rush. They built camps at every gate. They posted guards. They set schedules. Supply lines stretched back toward Persia. No road remained open. No escape was possible. Then the building began. Siege engines rose in full view of the walls. Chinese engineers worked openly. Measurements were taken. Angles calculated. Baghdad's defenders watched every step and knew exactly what those machines were for. On January 17, Hulagu sent another message. The tone had changed. The time for full submission is past. But the Caliph may still save his life. Open the gates. Disarm your soldiers. Present yourself within 3 days. If you do this, the people will live. The Caliph called his advisors again. The army was gone. No allies were coming. The walls were all that remained. The vizier begged him to accept. We cannot stop what is outside, he said. Religious leaders still spoke of protection from above. The Caliph hesitated. 3 days passed. No answer was sent. January 29. At dawn, the siege began. Trebuchets fired with purpose. Not to scare. To break. The same wall sections were hit again and again. Stone cracked. Mortar failed. After 8 hours, the firing stopped. The Mongols waited. Overnight damage spread. February 1. The bombardment resumed. This time, cracks could be seen from inside the city. By evening, parts of the eastern wall began to give. February 5. The wall collapsed. A breach 90 feet wide opened. Mongol infantry advanced. They did not rush. They entered in formation. They secured the breach. They pushed forward block by block. Baghdad's remaining soldiers tried to hold. They were outnumbered, outmatched. By nightfall the eastern quarter was lost. February 10. The Caliph sent word at last. He would surrender. He would open the gates. He would order disarmament. He asked for mercy. Hulagu replied quickly, "Come to my camp tomorrow. Come alone." On February 13, 1258, the Caliph left Baghdad. He did not truly go alone. 3,000 followed him. Family members, officials, scholars, generals. They walked out unarmed. Mongol guards closed around them, calm silent. They moved through the Mongol camp. Soldiers watched without words. Hulagu received the Caliph in his tent. His first question was simple. "Where's your treasury?" The Caliph spoke of tribute. Hulagu repeated the question. The Caliph gave directions. Soldiers went to check. 3 hours later they returned. The vaults were full. Gold bars, silver coins, jewels, silk in huge amounts, generations of wealth. Hulagu ordered everything recorded. Then he ordered the Caliph taken there. The Caliph was led back into Baghdad, through streets under Mongol control, past buildings already burning. Inside the treasury, the doors stood open, room after room, vault after vault. No words were needed. Why was this gold locked away? Why were soldiers unpaid? Why were walls left weak? What happened next was remembered for centuries. Sources differ on details, but the outcome does not. The Mongols had a rule: royal blood must not touch the ground. So they chose another way. The Caliph was wrapped tightly in a carpet, arms bound, body sealed. He was laid on the ground. Horses were led forward. Slowly, deliberately, they passed over the wrapped body again and again. No blade was used. No blood spilled. When it ended, the Caliph was dead. The rule was obeyed. But the message was clear. The Caliph's death was not the end. It was a signal. His sons were taken away from the group. All of them. No trials. No speeches. Every source agrees on one thing. None survived. Some accounts say they were wrapped and crushed like their father. Others say they were killed out of sight. The details change. The result does not. The Abbasid line ended that day. 500 years of rule, done in a single afternoon. The Caliph's daughters were also separated. Their fate is less clear. Some records say they were given to Mongol officers. Others say they were sent east, far from Baghdad. After that, they vanished from history. The 3,000 who had walked out with the Caliph were ordered. Skilled people were pulled aside. Doctors, engineers, administrators, people who could be useful. They were spared. The rest were taken outside the city. There they were executed. Quietly, efficiently, the Abbasid dynasty ended without ceremony. No heir, no succession, no recovery. News began spreading immediately. Before the bodies cooled, messengers were already moving. Then Baghdad itself was handed over. For 13 days, the Mongol army worked. The city was divided into zones. Each unit had an assigned area. They moved street by street, house by house. Valuables were taken first. Gold, silver, jewels, silk, spices, manuscripts. Everything was recorded. People with skills were separated again. Marked. Sent to camps outside the city. Everyone else was driven out. What followed was not chaos. It was removal. Deaths were counted in tens of thousands. Some said hundreds of thousands. Some said more. Modern estimates are lower, but still massive. What matters is what remained. The House of Wisdom burned. Books were thrown into the Tigris River, so many that the water turned dark with ink. Mosques were damaged. Palaces torn down. The canal system was broken on purpose. Water stopped flowing where it once fed life. This was not blind destruction. It was designed to stop recovery. On February 20, Hulagu ordered the army to leave. They marched away. Behind them stood a city cut in half. Whole neighborhoods gone. Infrastructure ruined. But the Mongols left something behind on purpose. Witnesses. People who survived just enough to talk. Because Baghdad was not meant to vanish quietly. It was meant to be remembered. Within weeks, the story reached Damascus. Soon after Cairo. Then farther. Every court heard the same tale. Not just that Baghdad fell, but how it fell. What happened to the ruler who believed his title protected him? After February 1258, behavior changed. Cities stopped resisting. Damascus opened its gates. Aleppo sent tribute early. Small states submitted without seeing Mongol soldiers. They had done the math. Resist and lose everything. Submit and survive. The Mongols did not need to repeat the lesson. Baghdad was enough. 2 years later in 1260, the Mongol advance stopped. At the Battle of Ainjiyut, the Mamluks defeated a Mongol army. But even they had learned from Baghdad. They did not trust walls. They did not trust holy titles. They built a state for one purpose. War. They studied the Mongols, copied what worked, prepared for the fight. Baghdad never returned to its old place. People came back. Markets reopened. But the center had moved. The House of Wisdom was never rebuilt. The lost knowledge was never recovered. The scholars who died were not replaced. But one thing survived. The memory. The cost of defiance. Long after the Mongols were gone. Long after their empire broke apart. The lesson stayed. You cannot stop a system with tradition. You cannot block machines with belief. When two systems clash, the one that adapts wins. The other becomes an example. And some examples last for centuries. The Mongols did not destroy Baghdad because they hated it. They destroyed it so others would not resist. And that message traveled farther than any army. Written in fire. Written in stone. Written in silence. Some warnings only need to be delivered once. After Baghdad fell, the world adjusted. Not slowly. Not with debate. Instantly. Rulers across the region replayed the same scene in their minds. They imagined the walls breaking, the silence of the Mongol camp, the carpet. They did not ask if Baghdad was weak. They asked if they were next. And most already knew the answer. Baghdad had not been a border city. It had not been isolated. It had not been small. It had been rich, crowded, sacred. If Baghdad could fall, nothing was protected. So cities changed their behavior. Damascus did not wait. Before Mongol banners appeared, its gates opened. Aleppo sent golden hostages without being asked twice. Governors who once spoke of resistance suddenly spoke of survival. Because the Mongols had solved a problem most empires never did. They made fear efficient. They did not need to destroy every city. They only needed one example big enough. Baghdad was that example. In courtrooms and councils, advisors spoke differently now. They did not ask, can we win? They asked, what happens if we lose? And the answer was clear. The Mongols did not rule through constant occupation. They ruled through memory. A ruined city was cheaper than a long war. A broken dynasty was better than endless rebellion. This was not cruelty without reason. It was strategy. Every spared city paid tribute. Every spared ruler enforced Mongol will for them. The empire expanded faster because it did not have to fight everywhere. Baghdad taught that lesson better than any law. But the lesson had another side. Baghdad showed what happens when leadership refuses to adapt. The caliph had wealth. He had walls. He had history. What he did not have was a system built for the threat in front of him. He trusted position over preparation, title over tactics, belief over logistics. And belief did not stop siege engines. The Mongols were not impressed by names. They were impressed by systems that worked. That is why the Mamluks mattered. When the Mongols reached Egypt's edge, they faced something different. Not sacred authority, not old prestige, but a state built for war. The Mamluks drained constantly. They organized supply lines. They planned for mobile combat. They studied the Mongols like a machine to be matched. At Ainjiyut in 1260, they met them in open battle. And this time the Mongols were stopped. Not by walls, not by prayers. By preparation. The Mongols could be beaten, but only by those who learned it from Baghdad. After that defeat, Mongol expansion slowed, but the lesson of Baghdad did not fade. It became a reference point. Whenever rulers debated resistance, someone would mention it. Remember Baghdad? That sentence carried weight. It meant starvation. It meant erased families. It meant cities turned into warnings. Baghdad itself never returned to power. It lived on, but as a shadow. Trade continued, but weaker. Scholarship survived, but scattered. The center of learning moved elsewhere. The world had lost something it could not rebuild. Books can burn in a day. Knowledge takes centuries to replace. The House of Wisdom was gone. And with it, countless ideas. What remained was memory. A reminder that greatness without defense is fragile, that history does not protect you from systems designed to break you. Baghdad's fall was not an accident. It was the result of delay, of denial, of choosing comfort over change. And that is why it lasted in memory, because it was not unique. It was repeatable. Any city that made the same choices could end the same way. The Mongols did not invent fear. They organized it. They turned destruction into language. And Baghdad was the sentence everyone understood. In the years that followed, rulers remembered Baghdad in silence. No monuments were built for it. No yearly rituals marked its fall. But its shadows sat in every meeting room. When Mongol envoys arrived at city gates, no one laughed anymore. No one delayed. No one tested the warning. They had seen what delay cost. Baghdad became more than a city. It became a reference. A single word could end an argument. Baghdad. That was enough. Because Baghdad proved something brutal and simple. History does not fight for you. Titles do not bleed for you. Sacred status does not repair broken walls. Only systems do. The Caliph believed survival came from who he was. The Mongols believed survival came from what worked. That difference decided everything. The Mongol system rewarded speed. It punished hesitation. It removed leadership that failed to choose early. Once that system was understood, resistance changed form. Smart rulers submitted early. They kept their cities. They kept their families. Proud rulers waited and disappeared. This logic reshaped politics across the region. Power stopped looking ancient. It started looking practical. Who can move fastest? Who can supply an army? Who can adapt? These questions replaced old claims of legitimacy. The fall of Baghdad marked the end of one kind of authority. Not Islamic authority, not culture, but inherited, unquestioned rule. From that point on, survival demanded action. And Baghdad also changed how history was written. Chroniclers stopped speaking only of virtue and fate. They began writing about logistics, about discipline, about organization. They saw that outcomes followed structure. Baghdad's leaders were not evil. They were outdated. And outdated systems do not survive contact with modern ones. The Mongols were not modern by technology, but they were modern by process. They collected knowledge from everywhere. They used specialists regardless of origin. They adapted fast. Baghdad, by contrast, trusted continuity. It assumed tomorrow would look like yesterday. That assumption killed it. Even centuries later, historians return to this moment. Not because it was the most violent, but because it was the clearest. Everything was visible. The warnings, the refusal, the delay, the cost. Nothing about Baghdad's fall was sudden. It was slow, predictable, avoidable. That is why it remained uncomfortable, because it suggests a truth leaders dislike. Disaster often comes not from ignorance, but from confidence. And Baghdad had confidence in abundance. Baghdad still exists. People live there. Streets run where streets once ran. But the Baghdad of before 1258 is gone forever. No rebuilding restored its place. No later empire replaced what was lost. Because what died there was not only a city. It was a way of thinking. The belief that greatness alone protects you. That history creates immunity. That the world must respect what once mattered. The Mongols proved the opposite. They showed that systems beat symbols. That preparation beats pride. That adaptation beats tradition. They did not destroy Baghdad because they hated knowledge. They destroyed it because resistance had to look pointless. And it worked. The message outlived the empire. Even after Mongol power faded, even after their armies broke apart, the warning remained. It whispered through courts, through councils, through every ruler facing a stronger force. Do not wait. Do not assume. Do not believe position is protection. Because when systems collide, mercy belongs to the one who plans. Baghdad did not fall because it was weak. It fell because it failed to change. And that is why its story still matters. Not as tragedy, but as instruction. Some lessons are written in books. Others are written in cities. Baghdad was written into history with fire, stone, and silence. And once written, it never needed repeating. A boy stands completely still during inspection. He does not blink. He does not breathe deeply. He does not react. Under his cloak, a fox is tearing into him. Claws rip into his stomach. Teeth break skin. Blood spreads through the fabric, warm and silent. The boy does nothing. When the inspection ends, he is dismissed. Hours later, he is dead. And Sparta praised him. Not as a tragedy. Not as a mistake. As success. This story is not myth. It appears in multiple ancient sources, repeated with approval. It was taught as an example. This was the ideal outcome. This is what happened when training worked perfectly. Today another boy is 7 years old. This morning he was with his mother. Tonight he will not be. He is taken without ceremony. No farewell ritual. No explanation. He will not live with his family again for years if ever. Tonight he sleeps on reeds he cut himself from the riverbank. They are sharp. They itch. They offer no warmth. Tomorrow he will wake hungry. Not accidentally hungry. Deliberately hungry. Food will be given but never enough. He will be expected to steal to survive. If he steals successfully, nothing happens. If he is caught, he is beaten. Not for stealing. For failing. By the time he reaches adulthood, he will have learned a single lesson. Pain is irrelevant. Exposure is fatal. Silence is survival. By age 20, he will be ordered to kill an unarmed man in the dark. No trial. No witnesses. No explanation. The man will not resist. He is not an enemy soldier. The boy will not hesitate. If he does, everything he has endured will be judged a failure. The state will call this citizenship. What you are about to hear is not legend. It was recorded by ancient historians who visited Sparta. Men who admired it. Men who feared it. They wrote down what they saw. They did not soften it. Sparta did not create warriors through inspiration. It did not rely on honor speeches or heroic myths. It used systematic psychological dismantling. And it worked. So well that it eventually destroyed the society that built it. To understand why Sparta did this, you need to understand the problem it faced. Not an enemy army. A population. At its height, Sparta may have had 9,000 full citizens. Some estimates are lower. The exact number does not matter. What matters is what surrounded them. Roughly 200,000 people worked the land around Sparta. They were called helots. They were not foreigners. They were not outsiders. They were Greeks. Same language. Same gods. Same ancestral stories. They farmed the fields. They harvested the crops. They lived in the same valleys. They knew where weapons were stored. They knew when the men were away at war. And they remembered something Spartans tried to erase. They remembered when this land had been theirs. Depending on the period, helots outnumbered Spartans 7-1. Sometimes 10-1. Sometimes more. Every Spartan woke up surrounded by people who could kill them. People who fed them. People who could poison them. People who knew their children's names. Spartans could not leave. Travel was restricted. Living abroad was forbidden. Isolation was law. So the problem was permanent. Sparta had two choices. Live in constant fear, or erase fear entirely. They chose Erazarasur. But soldiers alone were not enough. Soldiers hesitate. Soldiers break. Soldiers question orders when those orders violate instinct. Sparta needed something stronger, something that would not fracture under pressure. So they did not train soldiers. They engineered humans. The system was called the agoge, and it did not begin with courage. It began with removal. Birth did not guarantee life. A father did not name his son. A mother did not decide he lived. Newborn boys were brought before a council of elders. Men over 60. Elected for life. They examined the infant's body, limbs, proportions, signs of weakness. If the child was judged unfit, he was rejected. What happened next varied. Some infants were exposed outside the city. Some were taken by strangers. Some died. The result was the same. The father went home without a son. Those who survived inspection were not spared. They were delayed. Early childhood was brief. From birth to 7, a boy lived with his mother. He learned speech, movement, identity. He learned one thing above all. He was Spartan, which meant he was not like other Greeks. At 7, the state took him. Physically, he left his home. He entered the agoge. No transition. One day in a family house. The next in a barracks. Hundreds of boys. One authority. No privacy. No escape. This is where the real training began. Not of the body, of the mind. Hunger was not a mistake. It was engineered. Every boy in the AGOGE was fed. Just not enough. The portion was precise. Enough to keep him alive. Not enough to let him feel secure. He finished every meal wanting more. That feeling was the point. Hunger sharpened attention. Hunger forced calculation. Hunger created desperation without collapse. A boy who was always hungry learned quickly where food was stored. Who was careless. When gods looked away, he was expected to steal. Not encouraged. Required. Stealing was survival. And here is the rule that made the system work. Stealing was not punished. Failure was. If a boy stole food and succeeded, nothing happened. No praise. No reward. Survival was its own confirmation. If he was caught, he was beaten. Publicly. Not lightly. The beating was not framed as discipline. It was framed as correction. The message was clear. You were not beaten because stealing was wrong. You were beaten because you were careless. This distinction mattered. It required morality. The question was never should I do this. The question was can I do this without being caught? That lesson followed them for life. Boys were organized into units. Herds. Each herd was led by an older youth, usually around 20. He was called the Iren. The Iren had authority. Absolute authority. He decided punishments. He delivered beatings. He enforced silence. And he was being watched. Every decision he made was evaluated. Too lenient, and he failed. Too cruel, and he failed. He learned to calibrate pain. This is how the system perpetuated itself. The abused became the enforcers. The enforcers learned to abuse correctly. There was no private space. No solitude. No place where a boy could exist without observation. Speech was regulated. Boys were trained to answer questions briefly. Precisely. Emotionals. This was the origin of the Spartan reputation for short, sharp speech. Not wit. Control. Friendship was permitted only within strict boundaries. Affection was dangerous. Attachment created vulnerability. Vulnerability led to hesitation. Family bonds were deliberately weakened. Boys did not return home for holidays. Mothers did not visit. Comfort was not part of the system. And yet, mothers participated. They reinforced the same values. One Spartan mother famously told her son, "Come back with your shield, or on it." This was not metaphor. It was instruction. If you return victorious, you are welcome. If you return dead, you are honored. If you return alive and defeated, you are nothing. There is no place for you. Not in your home. Not in your city. Not in memory. This was not encouragement. It was threat. Delivered by the person meant to love you most. The system worked because it was total. Home reinforced the barracks. The barracks reinforced the state. There was no alternative voice. Physical training was constant. Running. Wrestling. Combat drills. But ancient writers are clear. This was secondary. The primary goal was obedience. Endurance. Victory. In that order. Pain was normalized early. Boys were beaten for minor infractions. For speaking out of turn. For moving incorrectly. For hesitation. Eventually pain became background noise. Something to be ignored. Something that did not require response. And then came the ritual that defined the limit. Each year, boys were brought before the altar of Artemis with fear. Crowds gathered. Not to punish. To watch. The boys were whipped. Not as discipline. As demonstration. They were expected to endure. No screaming. No begging. The longer they lasted, the greater the honor. Some died. This was recorded. Not hidden. Their deaths were not considered failures. They were considered proof. Proof that the system worked. Proof that pain could be overridden. Proof that the body no longer belonged to the individual. Foreign visitors later described these scenes with horror. By then, Sparta was already declining. What they saw was ritual without necessity. But during Sparta's rise, this was not spectacle. It was conditioning. You will suffer. You will not react. You will not break. By the time a boy reached adolescence, something essential had been removed. Not fear. Attachment. Fear remained, but it was redirected. Not fear of pain. Fear of shame. Shame was worse than death. Shame meant exclusion. It meant harassment. A Spartan could endure anything. Anything except dishonor. And that is why the fox story mattered. Not because it was extreme, but because it was logical. Reveal the fox. Admit weakness. Survive. But lose status forever. Or stay silent. Endure. Die and be remembered as perfect. The choice was clear. By 18, the system was ready for its final test. The one that removed whatever hesitation might remain. At 18, the training changed. Up to this point, pain had been public. Hunger had been shared. Punishment had been watched. Now the state wanted something else. Silence. The most capable boys were selected. Not the strongest. Not the fastest. The most reliable. Those who followed orders without pause. Those who showed no visible hesitation. Those who had learned not to ask why. They were told almost nothing. No ceremony. No oath. Just instructions. They were sent out alone. No armor. No provisions. Sometimes only a knife. Sometimes not even that. By day they hid. In fields. In ditches. In the countryside worked by helots. By night they moved. Their targets were not soldiers. Not rebels. Not enemies in any formal sense. They were helots. Unarmed men. Farmers. Laborers. Specifically, the strong ones. The confident ones. The ones who spoke to openly. Who stood to straight. Who looked capable of leading. There was no trial. No accusation. No warning. The order was simple. Kill them. Quietly. Ancient writers describe this institution with discomfort. They do not glorify it. They explain it. That alone should tell you something. The purpose was not military. These men posed no immediate threat. The purpose was psychological. Every helot knew. Strong men disappeared. Not in battle. Not in revolt. At night. And every young Spartan learned something irreversible. You can kill someone who has done nothing to you. You can do it without witnesses. You can do it because the state requires it. This was the last cut. The final removal of shared humanity. Up to now, suffering had been endured together. Now killing was done alone. No approval. No applause. Just obedience. This is why ancient philosophers reacted differently. Plato mentions it cautiously. Thucydides records it briefly. Aristotle calls it dangerous. Dangerous not because it failed, but because it succeeded too well. What does this do to an 18-year-old? Someone who has been trained since childhood that pain is normal, emotion is weakness, obedience is survival. Now he learns that morality is optional, that the line between citizen and victim is administrative. That killing is not about justice. It is about maintenance. Those who returned without visible distress advanced. Those who hesitated were noted. Those who questioned did not proceed. This was a filter. Not everyone passed. Only those who no longer had limits. At 20, the survivors were all men. They became full-time soldiers. But still not independent. They lived in barracks. Ate in communal messes. Every meal supervised. Every interaction observed. The food was deliberately unpleasant. The famous black broth was infamous even in antiquity. Foreigners mocked it. Spartans did not defend it. The point was not taste. It was uniformity. Luxury was corruption. Pleasure was distraction. Marriage was allowed. But family life was restricted. A Spartan man did not live with his wife. He visited her in secret. At night. Then returned to the barracks before dawn. Children were born. But fathers did not raise them. The state would take them. The cycle continued. At 30, after 20-3 years inside the system, a man gained full citizenship. He could vote. He could attend the assembly. But nothing else changed. He still lived in barracks. Still ate in messes. Still trained daily. This continued until 60. Think about that. From age 7 to 60. Nearly an entire lifetime. Institutionalized. Observed. Conditioned. There was no self outside the system. No identity formed beyond it. The result was exactly what Sparta needed. In battle, Spartans did not run. They did not break formation. They did not panic. At Thermopylae, they died in place. At Plataea, they held when others collapsed. For generations, their reputation was enough to end battles before they began. Not because they were braver, but because fear had been redirected. Death was acceptable. Disgrace was not. And for a time, this worked. Perfectly, But systems built for one outcome fail catastrophically at everything else. Sparta achieved exactly what it engineered, and that was the problem. A society optimized for perfect soldiers cannot survive normal life. The GE did not just train warriors. It filtered them relentlessly. Not every boy survived childhood training, disease, accidents, exposure, beatings. Some simply disappeared from the records. Those boys did not become citizens. They were gone forever. Others survived the training, but failed later requirements. To be a full Spartan citizen, you had to complete the GE, serve in the army, contribute to a communal mess, own land worked by helots. Miss any one of these, and citizenship was lost permanently. This mattered because Sparta had no replacement pool. You could not naturalize foreigners. You could not promote helots. You could not shorten training. You could not lower standards. Doing any of that would break the system, and Sparta valued the system more than survival. Over time, land concentrated, wealth pooled into fewer families. If you lost your land, you lost your ability to contribute to the mess. Lose the mess, lose citizenship. War made it worse. Every Spartan killed in battle was irreplaceable. No reserves, no second tier, no rapid training. Other Greek cities could lose armies and rebuild them. Sparta could not. Ancient sources track the numbers. They fall steadily. By the early 5th century BC, Sparta may have had 8,000 full citizens. By the early 4th century, possibly fewer than 3,000. By mid-century, perhaps 1,500 or less. These are not population estimates. These are eligible citizens. The men who could vote. The men who could fight. The men who were Sparta. Then came 371 BC. The Battle of Leuctra. For the first time, a Greek general refused to play by Spartan rules. Epaminondas reorganized his army. He stacked elite troops deep on one flank. Not evenly, not traditionally. The band left smashed into the Spartan right. The Spartan line collapsed. Not retreated. Collapsed. In a single afternoon, Sparta lost around 400 full citizens. Out of a total that may have been 1,500. That is not a defeat. That is demographic extinction. There were no replacements. No young class waiting. No reserve cohort. The machine had no redundancy. And once broken, it could not be repaired. Sparta tried reforms. Too late. It tried loosening rules. Too late. It tried expanding citizenship. Too late. The system that demanded perfection could not tolerate adaptation. Within decades, Sparta became a secondary power. Still respected. No longer feared. By the Roman period, it was a curiosity. A relic. A place tourists visited. Romans came to watch the whipping rituals. Not because they feared Spartan power, but because they found it fascinating. The GE continued. But now it was performance. Tradition without purpose. Pain without payoff. What once produced dominance, now produced spectacle. This is the final irony. Sparta did not fall because its enemies surpassed it. It fell because its system worked too well. It created soldiers who would never break, and a society that could not bend. Other Greek cities argued, debated, fought civil wars, adapted, changed. Sparta froze itself in time, and when history applied pressure, it shattered. Sparta did not fail by accident. It failed by design. Every system is built to solve a problem. Sparta's problem was simple and terrifying. A tiny ruling class, surrounded by a massive enslaved population that could kill them all in a single night. Fear was rational. Paranoia was logical. So Sparta asked one question. How do you create humans who never hesitate? And then it answered it. You remove choice. You remove attachment. You remove mercy. You remove identity. You begin before memory forms. By the time a Spartan could speak, he was already being shaped. By the time he could think, thinking independently was dangerous. By the time he could feel doubt had been beaten out of him. Sparta didn't teach courage. It erased alternatives. The Spartan did not choose bravery. Bravery was the only remaining behavior that didn't lead to pain, shame, or death. This is why the system worked. And this is why it was fatal. Because a society that removes hesitation also removes creativity. A society that eliminates weakness also eliminates flexibility. A society that crushes individuality cannot innovate when conditions change. Spartan soldiers never broke, but Spartan society did. When warfare evolved, Sparta could not. When population declined, Sparta could not adapt. When strategy required imagination, Sparta only knew repetition. Their greatest strength became their trap. Other Greek cities produced philosophers. Sparta produced obedience. Athens produced artists, engineers, merchants. Sparta produced silence. And silence works on the battlefield. But history is not a battlefield. History demands adaptation, negotiation, compromise, reinvention. Sparta rejected all of it. That is why Sparta terrifies modern readers. Not because it was brutal. The ancient world was brutal. Sparta is disturbing because it was precise. It understood human psychology and used that understanding to erase the human. The boy with the fox was not a tragedy. He was proof of concept. A child who would rather die than reveal weakness was not a victim. He was a success. And that is the most dangerous sentence any society can ever believe. Sparta teaches us this. You can engineer people who will never disobey. You can build systems that eliminate fear. You can create warriors who will walk into death without flinching. But the cost is always the same. The moment the world changes, your perfection becomes fragility. And when the system finally breaks, there is nothing human left to save it. Sparta did not fall because it was cruel. It fell because it believed cruelty was strength. And history has repeated that mistake more times than it can count. Sparta feels distant. Bronze shields, spears, stone barracks. It is easy to treat it as an artifact, something sealed safely in the past. That is a mistake, because Sparta is not frightening. For what it was, it is frightening. For what it proves is possible. Sparta demonstrates a truth where societies avoid. Human behavior can be engineered with terrifying precision, not through belief, not through ideology, through environment. Remove alternatives, control rewards, punish deviation immediately, make shame worse than death. You do not need propaganda. You do not need loyalty. You only need conditioning. Sparta did not ask its citizens to love the state. It made disobedience unbearable. This is why modern readers feel uneasy, because nothing about the Agoge is supernatural. It is procedural, step by step, isolation, sleep deprivation, food control, public punishment, group surveillance, ritualized suffering. These are not ancient inventions. They reappear whenever a system wants. Obedience without hesitation. They appear in modern prisons, in cults, in extremist training camps, in abusive institutions disguised as schools or programs. The logic is always the same. If a person has no private self, they cannot resist. Sparta shows what happens when this logic is applied perfectly. The boys did not rebel. They did not protest. They did not imagine alternatives. Why would they? Alternatives had never existed. And that is the warning Sparta leaves behind. Not don't be cruel. Cruelty is obvious. The warning is subtler. Do not build systems that cannot tolerate humanity. Because when conditions change, and they always do, only humans can adapt. Not machines. Not rigid hierarchies. Not perfection. Spartak leapt the moment adaptation mattered. Not because its soldiers failed. Because its system left no room for error, growth, or recovery. The moment fear was no longer enough. There was nothing else. No creativity. No flexibility. No surplus of people. Just discipline. With nowhere to go. This is why Sparta is remembered. Not because it won, but because it shows us the absolute edge of control. A place where courage was unnecessary. Where choice was irrelevant. Where death was simpler than shame. The boy with the fox did not die for honor. He died to prove that the system worked. And that is the final lesson. Any society that celebrates that outcome has already chosen collapse. It just does not know when. Sparta did not fall because it became weak. It fell because it became perfect. Perfect obedience. Perfect discipline. Perfect soldiers. And nothing else. The boy with the fox did exactly what he was trained to do. He did not scream. He did not move. He did not fail. And that is why he died. Sparta looked at that body and said, "This is success. When a society reaches the point where silence is valued more than life, collapse is no longer a question of it. Only when, remember this, the next time someone says, discipline solves everything. Strength requires sacrifice. Fear makes people better. Sparta proves the opposite. Fear makes people usable, not sustainable. If this story made you uncomfortable, good, that means it worked. Subscribe if you want the histories that are usually skipped, the ones without heroes, the ones without comfort, because the most dangerous systems aren't the ones that fail, they're the ones that work perfectly. In 465 BCE, a woman was dragged into the courtyard of the most magnificent palace on earth. What followed was so brutal that even the hardened soldiers who witnessed it couldn't speak of it without trembling. Her crime? Saying no to the wrong man. But here's the truly horrifying part. This wasn't an isolated incident. It wasn't a random act of cruelty. This was just one day in the Persian royal court, one crime in a decades-long pattern that turned the world's most beautiful palace into a chamber of psychological torture. The man responsible. You've heard of him. You know his armies, you've seen him in movies, but you don't truly understand what he was. History wants you to remember King Xerxes I of Persia as a warrior, a man who led millions against Greece. The builder of monuments that defied imagination. That's the story we tell because it's easier to digest. But what if I told you that behind those golden walls, a different war was being fought? A war without swords or shields, where victims couldn't run, couldn't fight back, couldn't even speak their truth without risking everything they loved. This story was buried for over 2,000 years, not because it was insignificant, but because it shows a side of power and authority that we don't like to talk about. The greatest atrocity of Xerxes' reign had nothing to do with Greece. It had everything to do with the women in his palace. To understand the horror of what happened, we have to look at the man at the center of it all, Xerxes, who took the throne in October 486 BC. With the death of his father, Darius the Great, Xerxes ascended to lead the largest empire the world had ever seen. But from that moment on, he would never experience a single genuine human interaction. Think about that for a second. Every person who approached him had to perform proskynesis, falling face down on the ground, kissing the earth before him, prostrating themselves as if before a deity. No one could turn their back to him. To do so was death. No one could look directly into his eyes unless given explicit permission. No one could speak unless spoken to first. This was not mere ritual. This was psychological warfare, a system designed to isolate him from humanity. And it worked. Xerxes' conditioning came from a very young age. His mother Atose, a woman who understood power like no one else, taught him a brutal lesson: trust nothing. Control everything. Show no weakness. In the royal courts, Xerxes' power became absolute, but his humanity was stripped away. He was conditioned to believe that everyone around him existed only to serve his will. This, of course, was reflected in the Persian royal household being underrun. Unlike what we see in Hollywood depictions, it wasn't a wild, indulgent space. It was a political institution. And Xerxes, contrary to common belief, was married to only one woman, Queen Astress. Astress was just a queen. She was a woman of immense power in her own right. But all that power existed at Xerxes' pleasure. He could strip it away with a word. The women in the royal household lived in unimaginable luxury, but they were prisoners. The Greek physician Quartus Zeus described the women's quarters as sealed off by walls, with locked gates. Male visitors were forbidden, except for the king and a few eunuchs. The women could look out from their high windows at the world below, but they couldn't partake in. They were isolated, their powerlessness disguised as privilege, their oppression was greeted as honor. But then something went horribly wrong. Xerxes became obsessed with the wife of his own brother, Isds. She was a woman of immense power, married to one of his most trusted commanders. She lived a relatively normal life within the constraints of the royal court, and Xerxes wanted her. The truly chilling part, she said no. She said no to the most powerful man on earth, a king who had absolute power over life and death, who could have taken whatever he wanted, and she refused him. For most men this would have been the end of it, but not for Xerxes. His conditioning told him that his desires were divine mandates. The very idea that anyone could say no to him was a direct challenge to the order of the universe itself. So he didn't stop. He turned his attention to the woman's daughter, Artante, Xerxes' niece. She was young, impressionable, and, unlike her mother, she didn't refuse him. Xerxes took her as his mistress, but it was just about the affair. This was about power, about proving that he could control even the unyielding. Artante, caught in this web of manipulation, asked for a specific gift, a robe woven by Xerxes' wife, Queen Astress. It was a robe that symbolized Astress' status, a unique garment crafted with gold thread and royal purple. Xerxes gave it to her, knowing exactly what he was doing, knowing it would humiliate his queen. When Astress saw her robe on her daughter, She understood immediately what had happened, and she had a plan. The king's birthday celebration presented the perfect opportunity for Astress to strike. Persian custom dictated that the king must grant any request made of him on this day, and in front of all the most powerful nobles. Astress made her request. She wanted the wife of Mos Ist delivered to her as a gift. Xerxes had no choice but to comply. What followed was an act so brutal that even Herodotus, the Greek historian, struggled to describe it. Astress had the woman mutilated, her breasts were cut off, her nose, ears, lips, and tongue removed. And then, she was sent back to her husband in this condition. There's a message, by horrific statement of power. Xerxes' response? He begged his wife to choose something else. He offered her wealth, cities, armies, anything but this. But Astress had made her request, and it could not be refused. Mos Ist responded as you'd expect, with rage. He attempted to rebel, but the revolt was swiftly crushed. His family, everyone, was executed. All because one man believed his desires were divine imperatives. And here's the chilling question that no one asked: was this an isolated incident? Or was it a glimpse into a much darker system? Xerxes' empire was designed to be absolute, unyielding. The records only tell us of military victories, not of the personal horrors that took place behind the palace walls. By the end of his reign, Xerxes was a prisoner of his own creation. His paranoia grew. His isolation deepened. His own bodyguard, Artabanus, eventually conspired against him, leading to his assassination. The very system Xerxes built to control everyone around him ultimately destroyed him. The women of Xerxes' court, his queens, daughters, and concubines, never saw this as tragedy. They were taught to see it as honor, as a privilege. And that is the most insidious form of oppression, when the victims defend their own subjugation, when they cannot even see their own chains. The ruins of Persepolis stand today as silent witnesses to this history. The columns reach toward the sky like broken fingers, standing in mute testimony to the women whose names were erased, the voices that were silenced, and the lies that were lived under the shadow of one man's absolute power. The palace may have crumbled, the empire may have fallen, but the lesson remains: absolute power doesn't just corrupt, it dehumanizes, isolates, and destroys, leaving nothing but echoes of what was once a civilization. The empire may be gone, and the palace may be in ruins, but the story of Xerxes and his court offers us a chilling warning that echoes through the centuries. It shows us what happens when power goes unchecked, when absolute authority is not just wielded, but internalized. The story of Xerxes is not just a tale of a king's cruelty, it is the story of a system that dehumanizes everyone within it, turning even the most powerful into prisoners of their own making. Xerxes was not a lone tyrant. He was the product of a system that demanded obedience, that crushed empathy, and that turned the most intimate relationships into power struggles. It wasn't just the queens, the concubines, or the women of his court who suffered. It was everyone who lived within that system, who had to conform to a world where power was divine, and submission was the only path to survival. In the end, Xerxes' reign was a cautionary tale about the dangers of absolute power. His paranoia, his isolation, and his brutal treatment of those closest to him led to his downfall. But it was more than just the death of a king. It was the collapse of an empire built on fear and control, one that failed to see the humanity of the people it subjugated. And yet, the question remains: how many other rulers, in history and today, follow this same pattern? How many leaders, surrounded by walls of power, by sycophants, and by institutions designed to reinforce their divinity, end up trapped by the very systems they create? How many individuals, raised within oppressive systems, continue to defend their own subjugation, unable to see the chains that bind them? The story of Xerxes' court is not just ancient history. It is a reflection of the psychological toll that systems at absolute power take on the human soul. It reminds us of the importance of accountability, of empathy, and of the dangers of dehumanizing those around us. It shows us that power, when unchecked, does not just corrupt, it destroys, isolating those who hold it and those who are affected by it. As you walk through the ruins of Persepolis today, the columns may seem to speak of glory, but they also speak of something darker. They speak of a time when the walls of the palace became the tomb of human connection, and the cost of absolute power was paid by everyone who lived under its shadow. The lessons of Xerxes' reign of isolation, control, and dehumanization are not confined to the past. They are a warning that resonates through time, urging us to question the systems of power we live within and to never forget the cost of unchecked authority. Remember Xerxes, remember his court, and remember that behind every empire's grandeur, there are the forgotten lives of those who were crushed beneath it. The ruins of Persepolis stand as silent witnesses to the legacy of Xerxes' reign, to the palace that was once the center of a mighty empire. Yet, despite the grandeur of its architecture, what remains beneath the surface is a story of human suffering and systemic oppression. For every column that reaches skyward, there's a story of a life lost to the invisible walls of absolute power. And perhaps, most haunting of all, the cycle continues in places around the world, where power remains unchecked and where those in positions of authority continue to build walls figurative or literal around themselves, surrounding themselves with systems that protect their interests while silencing the voices of the oppressed. The will of Xerxes' court, those whose names we will never know, are not just victims of the past. They are a reminder of the ongoing battle against systems that deny people their humanity. Their story, the story of isolation, control, and psychological destruction, lives on in the struggles of countless people today. Whether in the silence of the workplace, the fear in political movements, or the isolation felt by those who are silenced, their experiences continue to resonate. And yet, there's a deeper lesson here, one that transcends time. The true cost of absolute power is not just what it does to those it seeks to control, but what it does to the ones who wield it. The rulers of ancient Persia and the rulers of today are trapped in their own systems. Their power becomes a cage, their authority a prison. They lose touch with humanity, not just in others but in themselves. And that loss is perhaps the most tragic of all. In the end, the palace of Xerxes fell, the empire crumbled, and his legacy was tarnished by his own tyranny. But the real question is whether we will learn from the past or repeat it. Will we continue to build systems of power that isolate, dehumanize, and destroy? Or will we break down the walls that separate us from each other, build bridges instead of fortresses, and restore the humanity that absolute power seeks to erase? As you reflect on the story, remember that it's not just history. It's a warning, a call to be vigilant, to question authority, and to always remember the cost of power, both the power we hold and the power we give to others. Because in the end, it is not the empires that last, but the people. And it is up to us to ensure that the stories we tell in the future aren't just the stories of the powerful, but the stories of those who fought against the systems that sought to crush them. So as we remember Xerxes and his court, let's not only remember the grandeur of his empire, but the lessons of tyranny and oppression that it represents. Let's learn from the mistakes of the past, not repeat them, and ensure that the world we create is one where power doesn't corrupt, but serves the people. The ruins of Xerxes' palace may stand in silence, but the voices of those who suffered beneath his reign should never be forgotten. And with each passing day, let's strive to make sure that their pain wasn't in vain. As the wind blows through the remnants of Persepolis, it whispers a story that time can't erase. Xerxes and his empire are long gone, but the lessons of his reign of absolute power, unchecked cruelty, and the erasure of humanity in the pursuit of control still reverberate across the centuries. The walls that once held court to his grandeur have crumbled, yet the sculptures of power they represent persist even today. We live in a world still haunted by the shadows of Xerxes' empire, systems of control that thrive in silence, unseen by those who benefit from them, and invisible to those who are trapped within. The palace that once housed the most powerful man in the world now lies in ruins. Yet in every corner of our world, power still isolates, still crushes. The people who suffer within these systems, those who are denied their humanity, their dignity, their freedom, are not just victims of the past. They are our present-day reality too. And just as Xerxes' empire collapsed under the weight of its own oppression, we must ask, what will it take for us to recognize the walls we built around ourselves? What will it take for us to understand that power that isolates, that dehumanizes us, will eventually crumble, just as the empire itself did? This is the true legacy of Xerxes' reign, not just the rise and fall of an empire, but the profound reminder that absolute power, unchecked, will always erode the very essence of humanity, both in those who suffer from it and those who wield it. The history we must reckon with is not just the one written in the books of conquerors and kings. It's the history of those who never had the chance to write their own story. So the question remains, what will we do with this knowledge? Will we allow these lessons to fade with the dust of ancient ruins? Or will we carry them forward to change the systems of power that still exist around us? The walls of the palace may have crumbled, but the work is not finished. It's up to us in this moment to ensure that the stories of those who were silenced are heard, to make sure that we're not repeating the mistakes of the past, but learning from them. The ruins of Xerxes' palace are silent, but the voices of those who suffered there should never be forgotten. And in the face of the systems that continue to dehumanize, it's our responsibility to make sure that the empire's legacy of cruelty doesn't live on. The legacy of Xerxes' empire is one of stark contrasts. On one hand, grand monuments to human ambition, and on the other, the silent, often unseen suffering of those caught in the gears of absolute power. Xerxes, once a god-minded scheme surrounded by wealth and control, left behind a story of tragedy and manipulation, of a court designed to break the very essence of humanity in the name of divine supremacy. But as we look back at the ruins of Persepolis, we must remember that the story of Xerxes is not just about one man, one empire, or one court. It is the story of power itself, and how it corrupts, isolates, and destroys, It is the story of the systems we build to maintain control, systems that, like the crumbled columns of Persepolis, may seem invincible at first, but inevitably crack under the weight of their own cruelty. And this is where we must ask ourselves, what will we do in the face of these systems today? Will we allow the same patterns of dehumanization to continue unchecked, or will we challenge them? History is not just a record of past mistakes, it is a mirror to our present. The structures that enabled Xerxes' reign of terror are not so different from the systems of power we face now. The silencing of voices, the stripping of autonomy, the elevation of certain people at the cost of others, it is all still happening. So as we stand in the ruins of the past, let us ask ourselves what we will do with the lessons we've learned. Will we stand idly by as others suffer? Or will we work to dismantle the systems of oppression that still thrive, hidden in plain sight? The power to change the course of history is not in the hands of kings or emperors. It's in the hands of those who dare to speak out, who dare to recognize the injustice around them, and who are willing to fight for a future where humanity is honored, not enslaved. Let the story of Xerxes, of the women silenced in his court, and of the people whose lives were destroyed by his empire, be a call to action. A reminder that no matter how strong the walls of oppression may seem, they can always be torn down. If we are willing to confront them, if we are willing to act, and if we are willing to make sure that the voices of those who have suffered, those who were erased from history, and never silenced again. This is not just ancient history. It's the challenge of our present, and it's up to us to ensure that the walls built on the suffering of others do not rise again. The choice is ours. As we close the chapter on the story of Xerxes and his empire, we must reflect on the broader lessons it holds for us. What does it mean to build a system that values power above humanity? To create an environment where individuals, regardless of their station, are dehumanized and reduced to mere tools for the ambition of the powerful. Xerxes' empire thrived on the belief that some people were born to rule and others to serve. But that belief, like the empire itself, was built on a foundation that could not last. Empires rise and fall, but the lessons they leave behind are eternal. We have to ask ourselves how much of Xerxes' world still exists today. How many systems of control, of oppression, of inequality are still in place in our world? Are we still, in some ways, living in the shadows of ancient rulers who sought to control every aspect of life, to strip away the humanity of those they ruled over? The truth is, those systems of power may have evolved, but their core principles remain unchanged. Whether in the walls of the palace or behind the closed doors of modern institutions, the manipulation of power and the silencing of voices are still very much alive. But there's hope. The story of Xerxes is not one of inevitable defeat. It's a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, of the strength that lies in those who refuse to be silenced, who refuse to bow to unjust systems, and who fight for justice even in the face of overwhelming odds. The women in Xerxes' court, the men who fought against his empire, the ones who resisted, they left behind a legacy of resistance, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there are those who will stand up and fight for what is right. So as we move forward, let's carry that lesson with us. The walls of oppression may seem insurmountable, but they are not invincible. History is not just a record of what happened, it's a tool for understanding where we are and where we need to go. The story of Xerxes and his empire is one of cruelty. Yes, but it's also a story of the fight for human dignity, of those who dare to resist, and of the power that lies in the refusal to be dehumanized. The question now is not whether Xerxes' legacy will live on, it's whether we will learn from it. Will we allow the same patterns to repeat, or will we be the ones who bring about change? The choice is ours. The lesson is clear, and the fight is far from over. Remember the past, not to glorify it, but to ensure that we do not repeat it. Share this story, share the lessons it teaches us, and let's use this knowledge to build a world where power does not come at the expense of humanity. Because history, when understood, is not just a record of what was, it's a guide for what we can become. The choice is in our hands. As we reflect on the story of Xerxes and the twisted dynamics of his court, we must remember that true power lies not in control, but in the humanity we maintain within systems of power. The ultimate lesson here is the cost of unchecked authority, the erosion of empathy, of relationships, and of the very essence of what it means to be human. Xerxes, in his obsessive drive to assert dominance, lost sight of the true value of those around him, reducing them to mere pawns in his psychological game. He built walls around his palace, around his life, and around his very soul. But in the end, it was not just the walls that trapped him, it was his inability to connect, to see others as equals, to understand that true strength is born from relationships built on trust, respect, and mutual dignity. The destruction of Xerxes' empire, the downfall of his dynasty, and the ultimate betrayal within his family, all point to one fundamental truth: when power becomes absolute, it corrodes everything it touches, from the individual to the system. Xerxes' demise, at the hands of those closest to him, underscores the danger of creating systems where vulnerability is seen as a threatened, where loyalty is born of fear rather than genuine connection. But it's not just about ancient kings and their empires. It's about us, about how we navigate power, how we treat those who are marginalized, and how we resist systems that diminish our humanity. Every society has the potential for both cruelty and compassion, for both domination and empathy. The challenge we face today is in choosing the path of empathy, of recognizing that power, when exercised responsibly, can uplift rather than break. As we move forward, it's up to ensure that the history of Xerxes, the history of unchecked power and psychological manipulation, is not just a tale from the past, but a warning for the future. We must question systems that seek to divide, isolate, and control. We must fight for a world where dignity, freedom, and equality are not privileges, but rights for all. So let this story, this chapter from the past, remind us the pursuit of power without compassion is hollow and destructive. True strength comes from the bonds we form, the humanity we uphold, and the empathy we choose to practice. In a world where we face challenges that may seem insurmountable, remember that it is our shared humanity, our ability to see each other as equals, that is the most powerful force we have. As we close this chapter, remember the lessons learned. Share them, learn from them, and let them guide us as we build a future where power is never the enemy of humanity. Let's not forget what history has shown us. Because in the end, it's not about the empires we build. It's about the people we uplift, the world we create, the choices we make. As we close this story of Xerxes and the devastating consequences of unchecked power, we are left with the reality that power, when placed in the hands of those who cannot see beyond themselves, does not elevate, it crushes. The tragic fate of the women in Xerxes' household, and of the king himself, is a stark reminder of the dangers of systems built on fear, control, and isolation. We've seen how Xerxes' need for domination led to the destruction of everything he held dear: his relationships, his family, his humanity. In the end, he was left with nothing but the ruins of his own empire, a casualty of the very systems he had created to preserve his power. But this isn't just the story of one king's downfall. It's a story that echoes throughout history, one that continues to resonate in our world today. The palace that once stood as a symbol of Persian greatness now lies in ruins, a physical reminder of what happens when power is abused, when systems of control strip away the dignity and worth of those subjected to them. And though Xerxes' empire is long gone, the lesson remains: absolute power, without accountability, breeds corruption, destruction, and ultimately collapse. But there is hope. Just as Xerxes' empire crumbled under the weight of its own dysfunction, So too can we dismantle the oppressive systems that continue to plague our world. We have the power to recognize the dangers of unchecked authority, to stand against systems that dehumanize and divide, and to create a world where empathy, dignity, and equality are not just ideals, but lived realities for all. Let Xerxes' story be a reminder of what happens when we place power above everything else. And let it inspire us to build a future where humanity is never sacrificed at the altar of control. It's time to shift the narrative to rewrite history not as a tale of domination, but as one of liberation, compassion, and shared strength. The lessons of the past are here for us to learn from. Let's use them to create a world where power is used to uplift, not to destroy. Remember, it's not the walls we build that define us. It's the connections we forge, the empathy we show, and the humanity we fight to preserve that truly shape the future. So, as you reflect on the story, ask yourself, what kind of world do we want to create? One of power and control, or one of shared humanity, where no one is ever reduced to an object of another's will? The choice is ours. Let's choose wisely. And so, as we close this chapter, let us carry with us the weight of these lessons. Xerxes' empire may be a relic of the past, but the systems of control he created still echo through time. They show up in the ways we treat the powerless, in the ways we build and maintain power structures, and in the ways we allow those systems to dehumanize others in the name of control, conquest, and fear. Every empire, every nation, every institution has its own palace walls, its own forms of oppression, its own methods of isolating and controlling those it seeks to dominate. And while Xerxes' reign may seem distant, it's not difficult to recognize the parallels in our own time, systems that prioritize the desires of the few over the well-being of the many, that value power over human dignity. But here's where the real change begins. It starts with us. With the stories we choose to tell, the voices we amplify, and the systems we choose to build. We have the power to rewrite history not just in the books we read, but in the world we create. By dismantling systems that divide and oppress, by rejecting the idea that some are born to rule while others are born to serve, we can create something more just and humane. It's easy to look at Xerxes and his empire as a cautionary tale, an ancient civilization that failed under its own weight. But it's harder, yet more important, to look at the structures of power today and ask, how can we do better? How can we prevent the same mistakes from being made in the systems we inherit? This story isn't just a relic. It's a reflection of human nature, our capacity for both destruction and redemption. And it's up to us to decide which path we will walk. Will we follow the example of Xerxes, creating systems that isolate, control, and crush? Or will we work towards systems that value people, that uplift, and that promote justice and equality? As you reflect on this tale of kings and queens, of power and collapse, ask yourself, what kind of legacy do you want to leave? What kind of world do you want to help shape? It's in the small actions, the everyday decisions, the way we treat others and challenge systems of power, that we can begin to shift the narrative. Because history may remember the kings and the conquerors, but it's the people, the ones who stood up for justice, who fought for empathy, who worked to tear down oppressive walls, that truly changed the world. So let's make sure we are part of that change. Subscribe if you want to explore more stories from the past that still resonate today. Share this with someone who needs to hear this message. And comment below with your thoughts, because together we can make history that's worth remembering. In the end, the story of Xerxes is more than just a tale of an ancient king and his empire. It's a mirror to our own world, a reflection of the dynamics of power, control, and resistance that shape every society throughout history. It shows us the fragility of humanity when those in power become disconnected from the very people they rule, when systems of oppression dehumanize and isolate, and when the tools of governance are used not for the good of all, but to maintain dominance. And yet, in the shadows of those empires, in the lives of those who suffer under these systems, there are stories of defiance, of people who refuse to accept their place, who find ways to navigate and ultimately subvert these structures. Like the women in Xerxes' court, those who stand up, speak out, and fight against their own errors. These are the true heroes of history, even if their names are lost to time. This story reminds us that the fight for justice, for dignity, for human rights, is never truly over. It is passed from generation to generation, and each of us plays a part in shaping the future. We may not be kings or queens, but we all have the power to challenge systems, to demand better, and to lift up the voices of those who are often silenced. So as we walk away from this story, let's carry its lessons with us. Let's remember that our actions, our choices, and our courage matter. Every time we challenge an unjust system, every time we stand up for those who have no voice, we are writing our own history. The kind of history that future generations will look back on and see as the turning point, the moment when we chose empathy over power, justice over cruelty, and unity over division. Because in the end, true power is not in ruling over others. It's in lifting others up and creating systems where all people are valued, and in building a future where no one is ever again forced to kneel before another in fear. And that is a legacy worth leaving behind. Subscribe if you want to continue exploring hidden histories, uncovering stories that challenge what you think you know, and questioning the power structures that had shaped our world. Share this video with someone who needs to hear these truths. And comment below, how do you think we can create a more just and compassionate world? Your voice matters. Let's keep this conversation going. Thank you for watching. And remember, history is not just something we study, it's something we make. As the years passed, the story of Xerxes and the Persian court faded into history, lost among the rubble of empires, their names erased from time. Yet, the ripples of his reign, the brutality, and the psychological toll it inflicted on those around him, never truly disappeared. The women of the royal court, once seen as pawns in a game of power, continued to live in silence, their stories buried under layers of stone monuments and grand narratives of conquest. But for those few who had the courage to see beyond the walls of power, the story of Xerxes was not just a tale of a king's obsession, it was a reminder of the horrors that arise when one man is allowed to control everything, when power becomes the sole reason for existence. In the end, Xerxes died as he had lived, in fear, surrounded by walls of his own making. The palace, the empire, all crumbled beneath the weight of his decisions. And his legacy became one of broken families, betrayed allegiances, and a destroyed kingdom. His sons inherited not only the throne, but also the paranoia and isolation that had consumed him. They too had become prisoners of a system they couldn't escape, forced to live under the shadow of their father's reign, haunted by the lessons he had imparted to them in the silence of their palace chambers. But even in the darkest chapters of history, there's a glimmer of hope. The women who had suffered, the ones whose names were lost, whose voices were still, became symbols of resilience. And in their quiet strength, the legacy of resistance lived on. The palace of Xerxes, now reduced to ruins, stands as a ghostly reminder of a bygone empire. Its walls, once symbols of power and glory, now echo with the stories of those who lived and died within them, stories that weren't ever meant to be told, but that will never be forgotten. For the women who lived in the shadow of Xerxes' rule, their fight was never truly over. They passed down their stories to the next generation, teaching their children about strength, resistance, and survival. They may have been erased from the pages of history, but in the hearts of those who remember, their legacies endure. And so, while the empire crumbled, the truth remained. The story of Xerxes, the story of power and its inevitable collapse, the story of resistance and survival in the face of unimaginable oppression, became a lesson passed through the ages. In the end, it is not the kings and emperors who write history. It is those who survive, those who endure, and those who find a way to make their voices heard, no matter how many walls are built around them. The story of Xerxes is not just about one man, it is about all of us. It is a warning, a challenge, and a call to action. The walls of power may rise, but they will always fall. And when they do, it will be the voices of the oppressed, the silenced, and the forgotten that will rise above the ruins. So, remember this story, remember the women who survived, and remember that history is not just what we read, it is what we make. If you want to uncover more forgotten histories, more untold stories, subscribe to this channel. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it. And comment below, what lessons do you think we can learn from the rise and fall of Xerxes and the empire he built? Let's keep the conversation going and ensure these stories are never forgotten. The rope cuts into your wrists. The air thick with the stench of decay, not the mold of damp stone, but something darker, more human. You're only 19, but you've already done what kings couldn't. You've crowned a nation, shattered lines of siege that military strategists said were unbreakable, and driven English commanders to madness. Yet they got you. Your head is shaved and the cold air stings against your scalp like 1,000 needles. They dragged you through the humiliation like it was some twisted coronation, unmaking you piece by piece. Your armor, your strength, your voice all gone. No one flinches when you speak anymore. You signed a paper today. You can't quite remember the exact words, but you remember the shape of them. Renounce your saints. Your voices were demons. Your visions hallucinations. Your divine mission a delusion. And now you're forced into this suffocating dress. The very symbol of your degradation. You thought you were saving your life. What you didn't realize is that you had just walked into the perfect trope. And the cruelest part, they designed it so you'd walk right into it yourself. This is the story of how Joan of Arc, a teenage girl who had once saved a nation, was legally murdered. This isn't just about a trial, it's about the systematic destruction of a human being using the very law that was supposed to protect her. And what happened to Joan in 1431, that's not just history. It's still happening today. If you believe history deserves to be told truthfully, stay close. Because this is the story history tried to erase. Let's rewind to 1429. To understand how they broke Joan, you need to understand who she was before. France was dying not metaphorically, but literally. The 100 Years' War had drained the country for over a century. The south, the north, the coast all English. Your King Charles sat crowned in a palace, watching his kingdom wither like a corpse in the sun. Military commanders said the English were unstoppable. Nobles were cutting deals with the enemy. And the people, they believed French victory was a fairy tale. Then came January 1429, and a peasant girl named Joan walked into Charles' court. From Domremy, a place so small most educated men couldn't find it on a map. She was illiterate, never held a sword, and claimed she'd been sent by God to save France. People laughed. Most thought she was insane. But she wasn't insane. She was something worse. She was confident. Joan told Charles exactly what he needed to hear. God hadn't abandoned France. The English would be driven out. She gave him hope, and in that moment, the impossible started to feel possible. When she led the French troops to the siege of Orleans, something miraculous happened. The English had held it with barely 5,000 men. But every time the French had acted, they were pushed back. Then Joan arrived. It was that she fought differently. It was that the soldiers believed differently. Her presence alone made them think, this will not fail. And it didn't. The English commander was captured. Joan had just delivered one victory, then another. By May 1429, she was by Charles' side at Reims, as he was crowned King of France. A 19-year-old peasant girl in armor, standing before crowds who were no longer just cheering for a king, but for the very possibility of survival. She proved the English could be beaten. She gave France back something that had been lost for years: hope. By summer 1429, Joan was the most powerful person in France. Not officially, of course. Charles was still king, but everyone knew the truth. The girl who read voices from saints was the reason France was already dead. The English understood this too, and they devised a plan to destroy her, not on the battlefield, but in the courtroom. Because there was one place where Joan's divine mandate had no power inside the structure of theology and law. In May 1430, Joan was captured by the Burgundians during a skirmish at Compiègne. It should have been the end of her story. A prisoner of war, maybe ransomed, maybe traded. But instead she was sold to the English for 10,000 livres. The price of a saint. It was just a ransom, it was a transaction. They weren't just buying a prisoner, they were buying an icon they had to destroy. Joan wasn't a threat anymore because of her military skills. She was dangerous because she was a symbol proof that God favored France. If the English could prove she was a fraud, a witch, a puppet of demons, then they didn't just kill a soldier. They destroyed everything she represented. They would destroy the hope she had ignited in France. In January 1431, Joan arrived in Rouen, the English stronghold, for trial. What followed was a show trial. Not a religious inquiry as it was supposed to be, but a planned execution. They locked Joan in a military fortress, chained her, and subjected her to 70 separate court hearings. These weren't judges interested in justice. They were pro-minus English theologians set to destroy her. Joan was 19, illiterate, without a lawyer or advisor. She was alone, but here's the thing, she was winning. She was outsmarting them. Every theological trap they set, she turned it around. When they asked her if she knew she was in God's grace, a trap that could have condemned her with any answer, she replied, "If I am not, may God put me there. And if I am, may God so keep me." It was perfect. She didn't defy them recklessly, but with wisdom that made them second-minus guess every move. They threatened her with torture, but she understood the law better than they did. "If you tear my limbs from me, I will not tell you anything more. And if I did say anything, I would later declare you forced me to say it," she said. Joan was just winning in the courtroom. She was winning in the human intelligence arena. But the English weren't done. They couldn't break her through theology or torture, so they turned to fear. They needed her to sign something. They offered her a deal. If she signed a confession, she would be spared the stake and go to prison instead. She believed it. She signed. But what Joan didn't know was that the English had set the trap. They didn't want to execute her for heresy right away. If she relapsed into heresy, they would have her executed without a trial, her confession seen as proof of her guilt. And when Joan put on men's clothes to protect herself from the guards' taunts, she had just sealed her fate. For days after her confession, Joan was confronted by the judges. She admitted that her voices had returned, that she was still hearing from St. Michael and St. Gabriel. That was all they needed. She had relapsed into heresy. They immediately sentenced her to death. On May 30th, 1431, Joan was led to the market square in Rouen, where she was chained to a stake and burned alive. Her final words were not curses, but the name of Jesus, called out over and over like a prayer. She didn't die out of weakness. She died because she trusted in the law, and the law had been weaponized against her. Joan's body was burned twice, then thrown into the river to ensure nothing of her remained. The English tried to erase her, but something they didn't account for was already happening. 20-5 years later, Joan's family demanded a retrial, and it was granted. Joan's name was cleared, and the church declared her a saint. But here's the chilling truth: Joan didn't die because she was weak or wrong. She died because she was caught in a legal system that was designed to destroy her. She believed that if she told the truth, she would be protected, and that truth was used against her. We see this system today. It's not always fire and scaffold, but the architecture is the same. Confessions coerced into evidence. Legal traps where admitting the truth is proof of guilt. Systems designed to make self-minus defense seem like aggression. Joan of Arc didn't die because she was wrong. She died because she was trapped by a system that turned her need for safety into evidence of her guilt. This is the truth that history tried to bury. The story of the girl who saved a kingdom, only to be destroyed by the very system that was supposed to protect the truth. What happened to Joan of Arc in 1431 is a story of betrayal, not just from the English but from the very systems that were supposed to uphold justice. She believed, as any human would, that by confessing she was securing her life. What she didn't realize was that her confession wasn't a lifeline, it was the execution of her final sentence. The trap was a masterstroke of legal manipulation. The system designed to protect truth was turned into a weapon. The document she signed, the choice she made to wear the dress for her own protection, it all played right into their hands. The English didn't need to break her physically or mentally because she did it for them. They created a situation where she couldn't win, where the very act of survival was seen as proof of her guilt. Joan's death was not just the end of a young woman. It was a political and theological statement. The English wanted to destroy the symbol she had become, the symbol that France could fight back, that they could reclaim their sovereignty, and that they could defeat the English. To erase her was to erase hope itself. The only way to do that was through the law that Joan trusted to protect her, but which was instead wielded as the final blow. After her death, the English believed they had achieved their goal. They had burned her, wiped her from the history books, thrown her ashes into the river, and sealed her fate. But they had overlooked one thing: the truth always finds a way to resurface. 20-5 years later, Joan's family managed to have her trial reopened. It was just a mere formality, it was a full rehabilitation trial authorized by the Pope. Under oath? Over 100 witnesses, including some who had been involved in her trial, testified to the fraud that had taken place. The confessions she had been forced to make, the physical and emotional abuse she had suffered, the legal corruption, it all came to light. The church was forced to admit that her trial was a farce. Joan's name was cleared, and she was officially recognized as a martyr. A few years after the retrial, Joan was canonized as a saint. The woman who had been burned at the stake, the girl who had been betrayed by those who should have protected her, was now a symbol of faith, of courage, and of resilience. The English thought they had destroyed her legacy, but history has a funny way of correcting itself. Her death, her martyrdom, only amplified her message. Her canonization came not just as a religious acknowledgement but as a political one as well. The French took her memory and used it to fuel their continued resistance to English occupation. But what does this teach us today? Joan of Arc didn't die because she was a flawed person or because her cause was unworthy. She died because she was caught in a system designed to break her. The law which is supposed to protect the innocent was twisted to ensure her downfall. The very tools that were supposed to preserve justice were turned into instruments of destruction. Her death was just an execution, it was a message. It was a warning to anyone who dared stand against the system. And the echo of Joan's story is still felt today. Legal systems all over the world can be wielded to silence, to break, to control. It's not always the physical violence that destroys sometimes. It's the quiet, insidious manipulation of truth itself. When legal processes become the tool of the powerful, when confession is demanded but protection is not granted, that's when justice becomes a myth. That's when histories were written not by the truth, but by the ones in power. Joan's story isn't just a relic of the past. It's a cautionary tale about what happens when systems meant to protect truth are weaponized. It's a reminder that the greatest atrocities are always about brute force, they're about control, manipulation, and erasing the stories of those who challenge the status quo. Joan didn't just face the flames, she faced an entire system stacked against her. Her story, her struggle isn't just about what happened in 1431. It's about how, even now, justice can be manipulated, how truth can be silenced, and how those who fight for what's right can be destroyed by the very structures that are meant to uphold them. Joan of Arc's death was the end of her story. It was the beginning of a legacy that would endure. And in the end, it was the English who had the last word, it was history. Joan's story was not one of defeat. It was not one of a life cut short, nor one of submission to an oppressive force. Instead, it was a tale of resilience, of a young woman who, even in the face of the ultimate betrayal, left behind a legacy that no system, no matter how powerful, could erase. Her faith, her courage, and her unwavering belief in her mission transcended the trial, transcended the flames, and lived on in the hearts of those who carried her story forward. Her canonization as a saint was not the final chapter. It was a powerful message to the world that injustice could be undone, that the truth could not remain buried forever. While the English may have thought they had succeeded in stamping out her legacy, they had, in fact, ignited a fire that would burn for centuries to come. Her story would be passed down through generations, not as the story of a young girl who was wrongfully condemned, but as the story of a warrior for faith, for justice, and for freedom. Joan's legacy was carried by those who believed in her, by those who saw the divine purpose in her life. Her name became synonymous with resistance to tyranny, with the power of conviction, and with the belief that no matter how dire the circumstances, there is always the possibility for triumph. What the English failed to realize was that Joan's death was not the end of her, but the beginning of a movement that would inspire countless others who faced seemingly insurmountable odds. The rehabilitation trial, 20-5 years after her death, was more than a legal victory. It was a reckoning. A powerful statement that history, no matter how distorted or twisted, could still be corrected. The truth that buried for a time would rise. And the people who had tried to bury it, whether they were her accusers, her judges, or the ones who had engineered her destruction, were made to confront their actions. In the end, it was not just the English who were exposed, but the system they used to destroy Joan, a system that operated in darkness, in secrecy, and with the pretense of righteousness. Her canonization, though significant, was not her true victory. Her victory was in what she represented: the power of the human spirit to endure, to survive, and to overcome the greatest of odds. Her victory was in showing the world that no matter how deeply a system is entrenched, No matter how powerful the forces working against you, there is always a way to fight back. Even if it takes years, even if it takes centuries, the truth will be known. Joan's legacy was not just about military victories or political triumphs. It was about something deeper, more profound, about the ability to stand up for what you believe in, no matter the cost. It was about the courage to face injustice head-on and to keep fighting, even when all seems lost. She showed the world that the fight for justice is never truly over, but the struggle for truth is eternal, and that no matter how powerful the system may seem, the human spirit will always find a way to rise above it. And so, Joan of Arc lives on, not just as a saint in the Catholic Church, but as a symbol for all who fight against oppression, who struggle against systems designed to break them, who believe in something greater than themselves. Her story is a reminder that the fight for justice is never easy, but it is always worth it. Even in the darkest moments, when all hope seems lost, there is always the possibility for redemption, for truth, and for the triumph of the human spirit. Remember Joan. Remember the girl who was burned, the woman who was betrayed by those who should have protected her, and the legacy she left behind. Her death may have been the end of her body, but it was the beginning of something far greater. A legacy that no trial, no system, no amount of fire could ever destroy. Joan's story is not simply one of suffering or martyrdom, and it is a testament to the power of the human spirit to transcend the most brutal systems of oppression. Her trial, her death, and her eventual rehabilitation stand as a powerful reminder that history is never entirely written by those in power. Her legacy shows us that, even in the face of overwhelming forces, truth can persist, and the story of those who are silenced can still be told. After Joan's rehabilitation, the court's recognition of her innocence marked a profound shift in how her life and her death were understood. The verdict, more than just a legal decision, was a reclamation of Joan's legacy. The process itself was symbolic, proving that those who had condemned her were not infallible, and that the framework they built to destroy her had failed. The ultimate tragedy of her death lay not in the physical torment she endured, but in the way the system had turned her very virtues, her bravery, her conviction, her faith into weapons that could be used against her. They didn't just break her body, they tried to break her spirit. They used her innocence, her trust in the law, and her genuine belief in her mission against her, creating a trap so elaborate that even Joan, with all her resolve, could not escape it. What the English never understood, what they cannot comprehend, was that Joan's true strength was in her ability to conquer armies, to change the course of wars, or to break sieges. Her true strength lay in her unyielding belief that she was part of something much greater than herself, even when they tried to force her to renounce it, even as they made her sign her own death warrant. Joan remained true to the one thing that could never be taken from her, her faith. The English thought they had her in their grasp. They believed that they could break her by challenging her faith, her resolve, her very sense of self. But in doing so, they only exposed the cracks in their own system. Joan's martyrdom, her ability to rise above their cruelty, was the very thing that turned the tide against them. Her story became a rallying cry for those who would continue the fight for justice, for those who would not be silenced, for those who would carry the torch of resistance, even when the flames of oppression seemed to be burning them alive. And while the English thought they had extinguished her, they had, in fact, ignited something far more powerful. Her name would echo through history, through the centuries, through the world, long after the flames had consumed her body. They could burn her at the stake. They could erase her from the record. They could condemn her as a heretic, but they could not erase the impact of her life. Joan of Arc became more than just a figure of medieval France. She became a symbol for all those who face injustice, who struggle against systems built to oppress them, who fight for what they know is right, even when it seems impossible. Joan's story is a reminder of how history is shaped, not only by the victors but also by the stories of the oppressed, those who resist, those who refuse to be silenced. The world changed the day Joan walked onto that battlefield, the day she convinced an entire nation to rise up, and it changed again when she was condemned, because her story was far from over. The world learned that no amount of power, no amount of cruelty, could defeat the power of truth and the courage of a single, determined individual. Her story endures because it speaks to something universal. It speaks to the human capacity for resilience, for fighting against the odds, for standing up even when the systems are rigged to destroy you. Joan's legacy teaches us that, no matter how much the world might try to silence us, no matter how hard the forces of power and oppression push back, the truth will eventually come to light. And so Joan lives on, not just as a saint in the church, but as a beacon of hope, a symbol of defiance, and a reminder that no matter how dark the moment, there is always the possibility for a future born of courage and sacrifice. Her story continues to inspire, to challenge, and to remind us that the fight for justice is never truly over. Joan of Arc's story does not just stand as an historical tragedy, but as a profound illustration of how a single person can spark a revolution, shift the course of history, and challenge the very foundations of power. Even in death, she remains a figure of rebellion, of strength, and of unshakable conviction. Her legacy is one that transcends time, becoming a rallying cry for the oppressed, the silenced, and the marginalized. Her violent execution were calculated acts of cruelty designed not only to strip her of her power, but to erase her completely from the annals of history. Yet, in an ironic twist, it was this very attempt to obliterate her that ensured her immortality. By declaring her a heretic, a witch, and a criminal, they only succeeded in transforming her into a race symbol of resistance and resilience. The efforts to destroy Joan were many-layered, complex, and deeply rooted in the politics of the time. The English needed her to be a villain in order to justify their occupation of France and their claim to superiority. But Joan's insistence on her divine calling, her faith in her mission, and her ability to inspire others made her an undeniable force, one that could not be contained by the traditional methods of warfare or law. At a time when battles were fought with swords and shields, Joan fought with something far more powerful, her unwavering belief that she was meant to lead France to victory. Joan's refusal to abandon her vision, even under the most brutal circumstances, revealed the fragility of the system that sought to break her. The church, the English, and the political machinery surrounding them were used to controlling narratives, to dictating truth. But Joan's spirit refused to be bound by their rules, their lies, and their manipulations. Her courage to stand firm in the face of overwhelming opposition despite the legal traps set for her, despite the psychological and physical torture, served as a reminder that the most powerful force in the world is the human will. In the aftermath of her death, the English may have believed they had extinguished her light, but they failed to understand that the truth they sought to bury would one day rise again. The rehabilitation trial of 1456, which declared Joan innocent and posthumously vindicated her, was a monumental turning point in history. It proved that even the most powerful systems of control could be dismantled, and that truth could be reclaimed even from the deepest layers of falsehood. Her canonization as a saint in 1920, nearly 5 centuries later, was a final testament to her unbroken legacy. From her trial to her sainthood, Joan's life and death serve as an eternal reminder that the power of a single individual driven by a righteous cause can forever alter the course of history. Joan was not just a saint in the eyes of the church, she was and remains a saint for all those who refuse to accept oppression, for those who challenge systems built on cruelty, for those who fight for justice in the face of impossible odds. Her story continues to resonate today. It speaks to the nature of legal systems and the way power can manipulate them for its own purposes. It is a warning about the dangers of coerced confessions, the exploitation of fear, and the weaponization of truth. The structures that killed Joan are not confined to medieval France. They still exist today in many forms, across various political, legal, and social systems. The key difference now is that we have the power to see them, to understand them, and if we are vigilant, to dismantle them. In the end, Joan of Arc did not just change the course of a war or the fate of a nation, he changed the very nature of what it means to be human. Her bravery in the face of an unimaginable injustice reminds us that our capacity for strength, for resilience, and for defiance lies not in how we are treated, but in how we choose to respond. Joan's story is the story of every person who has ever faced insurmountable odds, yet refused to give in. It's the story of those who fight not just for themselves, but for the truth they believe in, even if it costs them everything. Joan of Arc lives on as a symbol of defiance, of hope, and of the unbreakable spirit of the human heart. Her name echoes through history, and as long as we remember her, her message endures. The truth cannot be silenced. Joan of Arc's life, death, and subsequent legacy offer a crucial lesson that transcends the centuries. While her execution was meant to quash her defiance, to remove her influence from the world entirely, It inadvertently propelled her into history as one of the most iconic figures of all time. The story of Joan is one not just of a young girl leading armies, but of a fearless individual navigating systems of power designed to oppress and break the human spirit. In the years following her death, Joan's image shifted from a condemned heretic to a symbol of courage and unwavering conviction. The rehabilitation trial that took place 25 years after her death, spearheaded by her family, exposed the flaws in the legal system that had so harshly condemned her. It was not just an effort to clear her name, it was an act of resistance against the very system that had been used to eliminate her. The trial revealed the truth of her conviction. She had been an innocent victim of political power and religious manipulation, trapped in a system that used law as a weapon. Her canonization as a saint in 1920, nearly 5 centuries later, confirmed her place in history as one of the most revered figures in Christian tradition. But her story has never been confined to the church or the battlefield. It speaks to the power of individual belief and determination, to the lengths one can go when driven by a higher purpose. Joan's conviction and actions challenge the assumptions that history places on people, especially women, and redefine what it means to fight for one's beliefs. Yet the most powerful message of Joan's life is not her triumphs, but her ability to remain steadfast in the face of an entire system designed to crush her. Her story is a mirror for every person who has ever fought against unjust systems, a reminder that the battle for truth often involves more than just outward victory. Sometimes, survival itself, the endurance of one's identity and purpose, is the greatest form of resistance. Joan of Arc is more than just a historical figure. She is a symbol of courage that continues to inspire individuals today who face adversity. From her strategic intelligence during the battles to her unyielding spirit in the courtroom, Joan represents the power of belief and resilience. She was able to take her place in history because she never stopped believing in herself, in her mission, and in the divine purpose she was certain guided her. It is a reminder that our own conviction, our own inner strength, and our determination to pursue justice can shape the world in ways we might never expect. The story of Joan also holds a powerful warning about how power structures can manipulate the truth, weaponize evil law, and create traps that ensnare even the strongest. Her trial and execution show how easily the systems of law and religion can be twisted to serve the interests of those in power. And it's a cautionary tale about how those in power often seek to erase, but only the physical presence of those they wish to silence, but their legacy, their story, and their impact on history itself. But in Joan's case, they failed. Despite all their efforts to erase her, to make her life and death seem like a tragic hour, history remembered her, not just as the girl who led armies, but as the martyr, the saint, and the symbol of resistance. Joan's name and her story have endured because they resonate with everyone who fights against oppression, who faces the impossible, and who still believes in the power of their voice and conviction. Today, Joan of Arc stands as a figure who challenges the very definitions of power, courage, and faith. Her legacy encourages us to rethink what it means to fight for a cause, to stand firm in the face of overwhelming odds, and to trust in our own purpose and strength. And while she may have been a teenage girl at the time of her death, her actions reverberated through the centuries, shifting the course of history in a way that no one could have predicted. In the end, Joan's story is one of triumph, not to victory in battle, but of victory over a system that sought to destroy her. She fought not with weapons, but with her belief, her courage, and her unwavering commitment to a higher cause. Joan of Arc's legacy is one that continues to inspire, to teach, and to remind us all that even when the systems of power seem impenetrable, the human spirit, when driven by truth and purpose, can never truly be defeated. Joan's legacy lives on, not just in the reverence with which she is honored as a saint, but in the way her story continues to resonate across centuries. Her journey challenges us to confront the complexities of faith, justice, and the structures that govern our lives. It serves as a potent reminder of how easily power can be abused to suppress voices of truth, and how, even in the darkest times, the resilience of a single individual can ignite a spark of change that defies expectations. Her life and death are not just historical events but a living testament to the human capacity for endurance and courage. Joan of Arc was a woman who defied the roles and limitations imposed on her by society. She was not born into royalty, nor was she an educated noble. She was a peasant girl from a small village, with little more than her unwavering faith and a belief in her divine mission. Yet, she stood tall against some of the most powerful forces of her time, leading armies, inspiring a nation, and altering the course of history. Joan's victory wasn't just in her battlefield successes, but in her ability to inspire those around her to believe in something greater than themselves. She gave France the hope it had lost, rallying people to a cause that seemed doomed to failure. When others had been ready to surrender to the oppressive rule of the English, Joan showed them that there was still something worth fighting for. But in the end, it wasn't just her enemies who sought to destroy her. It was the very systems of power that should have protected her: the church, the legal system, and the political machinations of the time that conspired to bring her down. Her trial, a charade from the start, was less about seeking the truth and more about eliminating a threat. A teenage girl who was viewed as a danger not because of her actions, but because of the symbol she had become: a symbol of resistance, of hope, of the power of the human spirit to overcome even the greatest of odds. The way she was betrayed, the trap that was set for her, serves as a grim reminder of the lengths to which oppressive systems will go to maintain control. Joan thought she was saving herself by signing the confession, but in reality, she had walked right into their trap. It was the law that failed her. It was the manipulation of the law. The system worked against her, twisting her humanity into evidence of guilt, making her very vulnerability the grounds for her execution. Her desperation, her need for safety, became the weapon used to destroy her. But Joan didn't die in defeat. She died in defiance. Even as the flames consumed her, she remained steadfast in her faith, calling out the name of Jesus, the only truth she held onto in that final, agonizing moment. She didn't die bitter or broken, she died a martyr, a symbol of sacrifice for something greater than herself. She knew the price she was paying, and she paid it willingly, knowing that her death would only serve to cement her place in history. The world was changed by Joan of Arc not just because of what she accomplished in life, but because of the way her death exposed the flaws in the systems that governed her world. It showed how easily the law could be manipulated, how power could twist the very tools meant to protect justice into weapons of oppression. But even in death, Joan triumphed. She became an enduring symbol of resistance and faith, not just for the French, but for anyone who has ever stood against unjust power. Her canonization as a saint years later was not just a recognition of her virtues in life, but a reclamation of her legacy. It was a symbolic reversal of the injustice that had been done to her, a recognition that her death was not in vain. It was an acknowledgement that the truth, even when obscured, would eventually come to light, and that light would shine on Joan's name for centuries to come. Joan's story is a beacon for anyone who feels powerless, who feels as though the systems of the world are stacked against them. She proves that even the most humble of beginnings, even the most unimaginable of odds, cannot crush the human spirit when it is guided by purpose and conviction. Her legacy reminds us that history is written not by the powerful, but by those who refuse to be silenced. Joan of Arc's courage in the face of unimaginable adversity continues to inspire those who fight for justice, who stand against the abuses of power, and who believe that their voice, no matter how small, can change the world. In the end, Joan of Arc was not just a martyr. She was a revolutionary. She was the spark that ignited a fire of hope in a country that had been ravaged by war and despair. She was the embodiment of the idea that one person, no matter how seemingly insignificant, can change the course of history. And even in her death, she remained undefeated, her name forever etched in the annals of history, as a symbol of the unyielding power of faith, courage, and the human spirit. Joan's journey didn't just change the fate of France, but it left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of the world. Her legacy has echoed across time, influencing countless movements for justice, inspiring revolutionaries, and giving voice to those who have been silenced by oppression. The story of Joan of Arc isn't just a tale from the past, it is a living, breathing testament to the power of individual resolve in the face of overwhelming adversity. Her martyrdom, a horrific act of cruelty dressed as justice, set a powerful precedent for how history would view those who are persecuted for standing firm in their beliefs. In her trial, Joan had been made a pawn in a game of power, where the real goal was the pursuit of truth, but the destruction of a symbol. The English didn't care that she was a peasant girl. What they feared was the idea that she represented a divine force, an unyielding resistance that could rally nations to fight back against the suffocating grip of foreign rule. What is especially poignant about her violent execution is the nature of the system that conspired to destroy her. Joan's trial wasn't a matter of simple accusation, it was an orchestrated campaign to annihilate her very essence, her spirit, and the hopes of the people she had ignited. They didn't just want to kill her, they wanted to erase the very thing she had become, a symbol of resistance and divine purpose. They used the legal machinery of the time to twist her humanity into a crime. They weaponized the law and religion against her, and in doing so, they became the true perpetrators of the heresy they accused her of. The manipulation of the law, the use of coerced confessions, the false promises, the traps set by her captors has an uncomfortable resonance in today's world. Throughout history, the powerful have often used the tools of justice to crush the very people they claim to protect. Joan of Arc's story serves as a chilling reminder of how systems designed to safeguard human rights can be subverted to uphold the status quo and maintain control over those who threaten it. Her death was not just the execution of a rebel, but a statement by the powerful that no one is safe from the law when it is wielded as a weapon of oppression. But as Joan's story shows, the ultimate power lies not in the hands of those who hold legal and military might, but in the hearts of those who refuse to let fear or cruelty break their spirit. Joan never renounced her faith, even when faced with the most excruciating torture and the most devious betrayals. She stood firm in her belief, knowing that her soul was the only thing they counted took. Even as the flames began to consume her, her voice, strong and resolute, called out to the divine, affirming her faith and purpose, a final act of defiance against those who had sought to silence her. Her death sparked the very thing her enemies sought to extinguish. Though they tried to erase her from history, they could not erase her spirit. Her name lived on, not as a martyr who had been broken by the system, but as a symbol of unwavering courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Her canonization as a saint, many years after her death, was not just an acknowledgement of her sanctity, but a reclamation of her legacy as a woman who stood for something greater than herself. Joan became a beacon for generations of women, revolutionaries, and fighters for justice, showing that one voice, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can change the world. Joan's story also highlights the power of history, the way it is shaped, distorted, and manipulated by those in power. The English tried to rewrite her story, but the truth, no matter how buried or hidden, always finds its way to the surface. History may try to erase, but the truth remains, and Joan of Arc's truth has withstood centuries of distortion. Her story proves that no matter how hard they try, the oppressors cannot fully silence the oppressed, and the powerful cannot truly erase the legacy of the brave. Today, Joan of Arc's legacy is more than just the story of a young girl who led armies and died at the hands of the church and state. It's a story that continues to inspire those who face overwhelming odds. It's a story about standing firm in the face of injustice, about resisting the systems that would keep you down, and about the unbreakable power of the human spirit. So, the question remains, how do we carry forward Joan's legacy in our own lives? It's not just about remembering a martyr, but about embodying the courage she demonstrated. It's about standing up for what is right, even when it seems impossible. It's about speaking truth to power even when that truth costs you everything. Joan of Arc showed the world that the real victory lies not in the battles we win, but in the strength to hold on to our convictions, no matter the price. Her legacy is a warning to those in power that they cannot silence the truth, and that the oppressed will always find ways to fight back, whether it's in the courts, on the battlefield, or in the hearts of the people who refuse to give in. Joan of Arc's name is remembered, not for the way she was killed, but for the way she lived and the way she died, defiant, faithful, and unwavering in her belief that what she was fighting for was worth the ultimate sacrifice. Joan's story will continue to echo through history, and as long as people are willing to fight for truth and justice, her spirit will never be extinguished. Joan's story, though tragic in its immediate aftermath, became a symbol of unbreakable resolve in the face of absolute power. The flames that consumed her body could not burn away her legacy. But over time, the world recognized her for what she truly was, not just a martyr, but a revolutionary, a woman who redefined what was possible for a nation on the brink of collapse. Her legacy was carried forward by those who witnessed her courage and by generations who followed. The church, the English, and the powerful men who orchestrated her destruction may have believed they had succeeded in erasing her, but in truth, they had only sealed her place in history. Joan of Arc was not forgotten. She became a saint, a symbol of faith, strength, and resistance. Her canonization came years after her death, a final vindication of the incredible spirit she embodied. In the years that followed, her life and death inspired countless others. Artists painted her image, poets wrote about her, leaders cited her as a guiding force in their struggles. Joan's story was a mirror for those who fought against oppression and injustice, proving that one person's unyielding faith could change the course of history. The people of France, once again united in her memory, found strength in her example. Joan's image became the rallying cry for the French during the wars that followed, a reminder that victory was possible, even when all hope seemed lost. The nation which he had saved from the brink of annihilation remembered her as more than just a soldier. She was a beacon of resilience. And though Joan's body was burned in her and tarnished for a time, the flames that consumed her also gave birth to a new fire in the hearts of those who would follow her. Her story was not one of defeat, it was one of triumph over adversity, of standing up to systems that sought to break her, and of giving everything for the people she loved. In the end, Joan's legacy did not just belong to France, or to the Catholic Church, or to the English who killed her. Her legacy belongs to all who fight for what is right, who stand firm in their beliefs, who rise in the face of overwhelming odds. Joan of Arc's death, as horrific as it was, became the beginning of her victory, a victory not of the flesh, but of the soul. Her name is still remembered today, not as a martyr whose light was extinguished too soon, but as a symbol of the eternal struggle for justice and truth. Joan of Arc, the girl who heard the voices of saints, the woman who saved a nation, and the martyr who became a saint, will never be forgotten. And as long as people remember her, as long as her story is passed down through the ages, she will continue to inspire all those who dare to stand for what is right, no matter the cost. Joan's story reminds us that even in the darkest of times, when the weight of the world bears down upon us, there is always the possibility for one voice, one soul, to change everything. Her courage, her sacrifice, and her unwavering faith are a beacon of hope for the world, a world that will forever remember the girl who was willing to sacrifice everything to save her country, and who, in doing so, saved herself.